we are planning on doing something similar that we did yesterday. We are changing our formatics for the morning, and we are going to have another tribute morning to our friend Pierre Robert. And we have a full day planned of people that want to check in and share their stories and their love for the one and only.
Yeah, I mean, we're operating on what feels right to us.
Yeah.
What you're telling us feels right to you. And obviously, there's so much to say, so much to talk about, and celebrate and mourn that this second day seems appropriate.
Yeah, I know that, it's been a couple of days. It just, none of it feels right. It just, you wake up, we woke up this morning again going, yeah, that really happened.
Yeah, exactly. And listening yesterday in the afternoon, continuing on with Brent Porsche show and Jackie Bam Bam, and I just can't get enough of hearing all about Pierre and what he means to everyone that he encountered or has spent time listening to his program. And so we have another full day that we're going to dive into.
With audio clips and things that we didn't get a chance to play, things we'll play again because they were so important and so amazing.
Yeah.
People checking in from all across, the music industry, and it's only appropriate.
Never in my life have I experienced this many people trying to contact me or just flat out contacting me, emails and texts and phone calls and direct messages and one after another, and they're all expressing kindness and condolences and feeling the impact. And it's just it's such a reminder of what an impact that guy had on so many people in so many different places for such a long time. Yeah. And it's heartwarming in a really heartbreaking situation to hear from so many people.
And the social media attention I've seen is just through the roof. I woke up this morning to, Instagram is the only social media that I participate in, and I woke up this morning to Geddy Lee and Rush posting something about Pierre. It was unbelievable. And so later on this morning, we're going to have people like Billy Corgan on the program to talk about Pierre. Our buddy Rob Hyman of the Hooters is going to be checking in. It's chance Lzzy Hale is going to reach out. Jacoby Shadix as well. Chris Jericho. And there could be more that will be added to the list as we go through the morning.
We're still in a state, as much as we think it's something happens and the world hears about it vis-a-vis social media or the news and the multitude of sources, there are people who are still finding out.
Yeah.
And that's part of the reality.
Yeah, so we'll have all that throughout the course of the morning. It's going to be a fluid morning like it was yesterday. I'm sure we'll have more staff members stopping by, and we'll take phone calls and let people, say what they want to say.
As we talked about it, too, in the way that it feels right, we had a number of moments yesterday where there was a lot of laughter. There's going to be a lot of laughter today, remembering things. I just mentioned on a conference call we had last night, Burning Man, and we all busted out laughing because that's one of the great Pierre chapters. So we're going to recount a lot of that stuff as well.
All right, on to something else. I almost did not make it in here today. I feel absolutely horrible. I woke up this morning with a severe bout of vertigo, which I've had before. And I got it kind of settled a little bit, enough to where I felt okay enough to drive, but I do not feel good. This is when if we were not doing this for Pierre, I would have called in sick, and you guys know I never call in sick. So here's if you don't mind, I'm asking for some assistance. There's this thing that you can do if you have vertigo. It's called the Epley maneuver. It's a series of head movements that you do. You lay on your back and you move certain degrees and spend a certain amount of time in that position. You move these other positions. And I've tried doing that this morning. I've vomited a few times. I just feel lousy from motion sickness.
Right,
is what it is.
No, I get it, yeah.
I'm looking to see, because I want to do this broadcast today, and if it gets worse and I keep puking, I can't do the show.
Right.
And we need to do this show today. I don't know if there's anyone listening who could assist me with this here at the studios, because I may not be doing it properly. I've done it a few times, and in the past when I've done it, it's worked, and the vertigo goes away.
What's the name of it again, Preston?
It's called the Epley maneuver.
Epley maneuver.
Yeah, those listening, if you know it, you know it, and there are physical therapists and doctors. And so I spoke to Dr. Mike, and he has to work today. I can go see him when we're done.
Right.
But I want to get through this program. And he said, if it gets worse, go to the emergency room. And obviously I don't want to do that. I want to stay here and talk to all the people we're going to talk to. So if there's someone who's a professional that knows how to do this, and it only takes a few minutes to do.
Yeah, they got to
it takes
text
like 5 minutes.
because the phone lines are going to, they're already jam-packed. So
with Pierre.
So the best way to reach out to us would be to text 610-660-9333.
Yeah, and I hate to put more on Marissa's plate, who's fielding stuff as it is, but I want to do this show, but if I'm...
Somebody with medical knowledge, someone with physical therapy knowledge, someone who can do this. You've had success with this. You just want to make sure you're doing it properly.
Yeah.
And hopefully that'll yield the results you need because you want to do the show. It's very important.
Yeah. Like I'm already feeling nauseous right now. Just from leaning my head down looking that way that I did. So if somebody can help out, I would greatly appreciate it. You can text us 610-660-9333. And if that doesn't help, then I may go to the emergency room. But anyhow, you want to take? I guess you know what? We can go ahead and take a couple phone calls real quick.
Let's start that. We wanted to make sure that we made today a day for obviously as you mentioned Preston before around the clock. It was happening yesterday all through the latter part of the day and the evening with Jackie Bam Bam. We want to make sure we talk to you.
Yeah, let me go to. We're going to get Ed on the line first of all. He was the first one to call in. Ed, you're on the air. Good morning, buddy.
Hey, everybody. It's good to have you on the Baba to the Bob to the Bob to the
It's harder than it seems to pull that off, but that's a good effort, Ed. How you doing, bud?
I can do it. I've done it before.
Oh,
1 year
man.
ago. I just started breaking up.
Yeah.
I've been listening to MMR since 76. I remember Pierre being on overnights, and just... listening and finally getting a day shift. Listen, all the years that I've met him, he was always gracious, always take a picture with you, and always talk with you. He made you, feel like the most important person in the room, and I remember him doing the 50th anniversary show.
Yeah.
And I was the first caller. And I said something like about how many years he was at the station. And I screwed it up. And boy, he got on me with my math being wrong. And I was like, damn. Here I am trying to, and I'm like, man, he makes me feel like an ass. But he was great. He was the best. I will never ever forget him, obviously,
You know what, Ed? Watching to you and the way you're experiencing that, and as Preston pointed out, the fact that all over social media, it was amazing to see how many people had sort of this reaction. The reaction would be, I am so stunned that I'm feeling this way about someone I listen to through the radio, and people being blown away by how much they're reacting and mourning, and almost being surprised that Pierre had worked his way into the hearts, whether the people were aware of it who were talking about it, or whether they were complete fans such as you, Ed. It hit people in all different ways, but it was profound and continues to be profound.
I tell you, it's going to be tough over like Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving was my high school football game and listening to Pierre. And same with Christmas. That Christmas Eve show that he did was phenomenal.
And I was thinking about that yesterday. Like
taking calls.
The Thanksgiving show in particular for me is the one that I'm going to really miss the most. And he obviously worked every other day, and he would joke about that from time to time. He's like, I do 2 other shows other than the Thanksgiving one, and sort of it became a running joke. But I loved that Thanksgiving show so much. It really was as much of a tradition in my house and wherever I was spending that Thanksgiving as turkey and stuffing and mashed potatoes was listening to Pierre and having him on, either listening actively or listening and just having him in the background. It just was a wonderful aspect to my and my family's annual Thanksgiving tradition.
Nick, you're right. And you know what? It was a show that, listen, Thanksgiving is normally like a 4-day, weekend. Yeah. People get Thursday, Friday off. And it was the welcome home.
Yeah.
I mean, that welcome home segment that Jason Fayon put together. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we're going to play it.
It's legendary.
We'll definitely be playing it this morning.
And I mean, that just made he was like the mayor, the king, whatever, of Philly.
Yeah.
Welcoming you home. Come on back.
Yeah.
You know, welcome home. And that's how he made you feel, man. That when you were listening to MMR, you were home.
Yeah.
And that's just, you know, incredible that the man had that much, for lack of a better word, power.
No, I know what you mean, to make you feel
and the whole of the city.
Emotionally that way. All right, Ed, thank you for your call,
Preston,
and thanks for sharing. Yeah.
Preston, hold on, one more. Hey, everybody, it's good to have you on the Ba-Ba 2 to Ba 2 Ba-Ba-Doo Ba-Ba-Da.
Hey.
All right, Ed. Thanks, bud. Appreciate it, man. Take care. All right, we're going to go next to Tom. Hi, Tom. Good morning, bud.
Good morning, you guys. Hey, you are doing a wonderful job with this. I can't imagine how difficult it is for you guys.
Thank you.
Sitting in there all day. Yeah, you guys are doing a great job. Something I wanted to share was every time I called, or you could hear it with any caller, Pierre made you feel like you were a lifetime friend.
Yeah.
You could almost see him, feel him looking into your eyes when he spoke. About 2 years ago, my daughter was critically ill. She had spent 30 days in pen. I remember thinking about it, and I called Pierre, and we got to talking about 30 days in the hole and humble pie, and I remember he ran that song afterwards. But I mean, he talked about my daughter. It was the first time he heard her name, and just spoke of her like he was that great uncle.
Yeah.
And I miss your show in the morning now. My work schedule shifted, so I get to hear what you guys talked about yesterday. And I think Pierre would advise us to think this way, that we're given so much time, and the time that we're given, you make it quality time so that your legacy lives on. You ever in your life hear something about good citizens, who are you going to think of?
Yeah,
of course.
Right. Absolutely.
You go by a hot dog stand. You're going to ask if the guy's name is Nick. And he will. And I heard someone earlier on your recorded show from yesterday that he will always be here, and he will. And I'm fortunate enough that one time when I did call, I got my phone ready and I was able to record my conversation with him. I also saw him at Philly Pops probably about 8 years ago, and I have a picture of him with my daughter. And I heard this yesterday, and even you guys were talking about it yesterday. People would walk around and they'd see Pierre, and he was the show.
Yeah.
I'm taking a picture of him he's got his arm around my daughter, and there's a woman. I'm so glad someone said that because I just caught it. There's a woman looking over like, oh my gosh, you can hear her. Oh my gosh, that's Pierre. He was just a genuine person, wanted to know about you, and he made you feel real. Because he was so real.
Yeah,
exactly.
And it wasn't.
I'm sorry, you guys are going to, it must be really, really hard for you guys to be processing this, but I wanted to share. You guys are doing an amazing job with this.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tom. We appreciate it, man. Thanks for sharing the stories. Sure. Let's go to another call, and then we're probably going to take a break here in a second. We'll go to Bill. Hi, Bill. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
We're hanging in there, man. What's up, bud?
Hi. Just wanted to say also you guys are doing a great job with this. And, Pierre meant a lot to me in the sense I shared a story with you guys through email a couple years ago about how Shinedown and the MM barbecue really helped save my life. And, Pierre wrote me back an extent, like Steve wrote me back, a couple of you guys wrote back, but Pierre wrote back in such detail and invited me up to the studio. I sat in on one of your sessions, and then when Brent and Zach of Shinedown came and did the parking lot show, in the height of COVID, he still got he got me into the back to meet them guys, and they were so humble, and they.
It was incredibly special to you, Bill. I know that
he understood how much the music meant, and he did everything he could to make sure I met them, so we could tell them together. And I'll never forget that. That's one of the highlights of my life, aside from my wife and my kids.
Bill,
it really, really helped.
Bill, you seem to be in a better place now. Obviously, this is sad with Pierre, but you're doing okay? You're doing well?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm 7 years clean in November, and I'm working right now.
Awesome. Right.
So yeah, I'm doing great. I own my own home, and a lot of things are different. A lot of things are different.
That's the biggest tribute you could possibly make to Pierre. I mean, honestly, you know that makes him super happy to know this is going on.
Yeah, and every time I would come to an event and see him, it never failed. He would stop. He would ask me how I was doing. He even did the birth announcement on the radio for my last daughter. She'll be 3 now, but he played "Cut the Cord" by Shinedown for me on the way to the hospital.
That's great.
That's perfect. That's perfect,
excellent, man. Well, listen,
it really was great.
Bill, we're happy to hear you're doing well. We're very sorry for your loss, all of our loss, and thank you so much for sharing that, because that just that's the behind the scenes stuff. And I'm going to let you go, Bill. That's the behind the scenes stuff that most people don't know about, that was taking place, this undercurrent that Pierre was doing off air. You know what a generous human being he was on air, and a caring person he was. But like yesterday, we were talking about the fact when we had all the producers here, Pierre's producer, he would do these secret ticket things where people would email him and tell him a story about how much it would mean if they could go to the show, but they can't afford it. And Pierre would buy with his own money. If we didn't have tickets to give away here through the radio station, he would purchase them with his own money and send them out. But he would doctor the either the hard tickets or whatever it was so that they would have no idea that he spent his own money on that. And that says it all. That says every bit of it right there.
It absolutely says it all. And they were often artists out of our format.
Yeah, that too.
That you would have no way of us having tickets.
Madonna.
Yeah.
All right, so we do have to take our first break. We're going to come back in a moment. We're dedicating the morning, obviously, to Pierre once again. And we've got a lot of people from the music world. They're going to be checking in today. Again, I'm really under the weather. I feel horrible right now, so I'm going to apologize in advance. I'm out. I feel disconnected.
Yeah.
And once again, if somebody can help me out with this, I have vertigo, and I need to do this Epley maneuver. If you don't know what it is, don't worry about it. If you do know what it is, if somebody could come out here and assist me with it, I would very much appreciate it, because I want to get through the show. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment, so stay with us. WMM Archive session and fell on black days. We're going to go live on 6ABC
So thankful
right now
for everyone.
and check in with those guys over there. They're doing a story
Angels
about
in
Pierre.
Motion will be collecting donations from noon to 3 this Saturday and Monday through Wednesday, starting at 10 a.m. Stop by 2 West Glendale Avenue in Pleasantville to help.
Well, this time every Friday is normally a bright spot in our day when we get to chat and share some laughs with our friends Preston and Steve.
This morning a bit different, of course, as the WMMR family is dealing with the profound loss of radio legend Pierre Robert. He meant so much to the city of Philadelphia. We are hearing tributes from quite literally everyone from Bon Jovi to Rolling Stone magazine. But of course, we know he meant more to you guys. Good morning.
Hi, guys. Yeah, it's the most difficult time in our tenure, our 20-plus years here at WMMR, and for the 44 years that Pierre Robert has been on the air. I can't think of anything that's more tragic than the loss of the heartbeat of this radio station and one of the strongest proponents of this city as well. Just it's a devastating loss, and it's not surprising. Although the volume, the outpouring of love has been wonderfly overwhelming.
Yeah. The word that keeps coming to mind is incomprehensible. And I said it yesterday. Quite literally, the last thing we thought we'd be dealing with would be this. It just seemed like there was an energy inherent in Pierre. It's like Pierre's, he's going to outlive us all. He's going to be this force that he's always been of sort of the binding force, the heart and soul of WMMR, as Preston said, a force within the city. And it just doesn't seem believable, but it is. And we are humbled to hear all the stories that working with him for so many years, we had no idea. He was doing these things, these altruistic things, quietly, humbly, and in a way, being amazed yet again by the man that he was.
Guys, I didn't know your friend well, but I used to see him occasionally as I was out and about late on a Friday night when I stayed up, after 9 o'clock. And I was always amazed with his approachability. He was one of the bigger stars in this city, but you would never know it. Anybody could come up to him, say hi, and he was always happy to make conversation with anybody on the street.
And Matt, he would make you feel good, and that was the power that Pierre had. And you're right, he was like. It's almost like a Where's Waldo, like you spot him in a crowd and you're like, there's right there.
Is that Pierre?
And we've had people say that they were hesitant to approach him because hey, he's a famous guy and everything. No, he loved it. He would absolutely relish in people that would come over to him and want to get a moment with the man.
He didn't love it because he loved the adulation. He loved it because it was an opportunity to talk to you.
Yeah.
It was an opportunity to find out about you. And to have him, after a while, we'd been here for a number of years, many years with him, and we would, hey, that's Pierre, he's our coworker, and we go out to events, and then you'd realize, oh yeah, that's Pierre.
Yeah.
And it would put it back in context,
Yeah.
It's such a sudden loss that I think must hurt so much more even. And I think we just wanted you to know as a station, we're all supporting you and caring for you during this and trying to help his memory live on.
Thank you,
I
Karen.
think
Thanks,
it's really
Karen.
beautiful to see so many people who say, hey, I didn't know him, but just hearing all the tributes and the dedications from WMMR and all of you yesterday were so touching for so many people. I mean, truly, his impact is felt all over.
We appreciate
Definitely
it.
part of the soundtrack of our lives and the fabric of Philadelphia. So we're thinking of you guys today and always.
All right, thank you
Thank
guys.
you.
We appreciate it so much.
Thank you, Preston and Steve.
All right.
Have a great weekend.
You too. Thank you, guys. So, and in fact, they're right. The tributes that are being seen, more marquees.
Yeah, oh my God.
I saw pictures of the TLA had it on their marquee. Pierre, there was another one, and it's not coming to mind, but obviously we had said, the Xfinity Mobile Arena did it, the Met, the Fillmore, and then I saw a couple of other ones. Who was the Academy? What? The Keswick, I think.
Preston, just businesses that happen to have a marquee outside have put, their condolences. It is everywhere.
Yeah. By the way, we played, and I'm going to kind of backsell this a little bit when we came out of the the Chris Cornell MM archive session. We're going to play a lot of those today this morning, right, Case?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Okay, so yeah, and that's when Pierre would do these sit downs, these really great, in-depth conversations with people like Chris Cornell and just, dive right into all things, because Pierre was we joke about his lack of organization. When it came to interviews, he was fastidious. He would absolutely over-prep and make sure that he had lots of detail that he could go to.
And in fact, the night that he passed, he was doing extensive preparation for a Bryan Adams interview.
Yeah, Marissa?
And he was so humble about meeting celebrities and these people that he would interview year after year, tour after tour, Chris Cornell being one of them. Every time he would interview Chris Cornell, he would jump on or he would see Chris in person and say, Chris, Pierre Robert, how are you?
Right.
And Chris would kind of play into it. And then the fourth or fifth time, maybe it was actually the last time he was here right before he passed, he said hello, and Chris just looked at him and said, Pierre, you're going to introduce yourself to me? And he just leaned into it, and it was just that special moment between the two of them.
I'm sorry to catch you off guard, Casey, but since we're talking about Chris Cornell.
Do you want it?
Yeah,
we need to.
It is one of my favorite pieces of audio that Pierre had created with this guy that called in who wanted to hear I Know Your Name by Chris Cornell from the James Bond film. And there was a miscommunication there, and it is just brilliant. He had a chance to share that with Chris. Chris loved it. He played it for his wife. She thought it was faked,
but it wasn't.
She thought it was a plant and it was a joke, and it was so. Chris thought it was the most funny thing, and this is what we want to do too this morning. We spent a lot of time, sharing our grief, and we're going to continue to do that. But we're also going to include some lighter moments because that's what he was about. Were these great, wonderful, light moments that we love. So this was the phone call. You've heard it before, but I will never tire of hearing this.
And I'd like to make a request for a Chris Cornell song.
Okay, what'd you have in mind?
You know the song that they played from Casino Royale, the James Bond?
Oh, You Know My Name, right.
Pierre?
You Know My Name, correct?
Yes, Pierre Robert.
Yes.
I know. Well, I listen to you every day.
No, that's the name of the song.
I don't know the name of the song. No, I have no clue the name of the song. I'm sorry.
No, that's the name of I wasn't asking you if you knew me. I was asking you if you knew the name of the song.
The song? No, I don't know. It's from the Casino Royale.
No, it's called You Know My Name. Who's on third? It's called You Know My Name.
I know your name. I don't know the name of the song, though.
The song is called You... Never mind. What is your name?
My name's Chris.
Chris, all right, Chris. Have a great day, and thank you for the call.
Thank you.
And the song is called You Know My Name.
You know my... Oh, that's the name of the song.
Now we're cooking with gas.
That's right.
Have a great day, buddy.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I love that there was resolution at the end there. That he finally got it.
I know your name. You're Pierre Robert.
I was you every day, man.
But in that you hear again, you hear the kindness. You hear the kindness of Pierre, still having fun with it.
Yeah.
Just genuinely, it's so awesome. One of the things for me personally about Pierre is that he had a great sense of humor and loved to laugh. And apparently I made him laugh a fair amount. He would come in and often...
dude, he thought you were hilarious, Steve. He loved your wit.
And I appreciated that so much because Pierre was so funny. And making him laugh, as with you, Preston, making you laugh is one of the great joys of my life. But Pierre's had some of the funniest moments, and we're going to relive some of those today. He had a great sense of humor. His ability, how many times have we talked to people, Preston, who talked about the crossover?
Yeah.
The crossover. Mm-hmm. When he would be virtually an LSD trip. We didn't know what he was talking about.
Yeah.
And then it would become this thing, and it was always great.
There were a handful of times where I would just give up. I mean, like I'm trying to guide us where we're going and play the elements that we have to and get in and out of the breaks. And there were times where I'm like, okay, let me just push my seat back, play it from the microphone.
Yeah, you couldn't see it, but
and
Preston was
go on
halfway across the room, just like, okay, I've lost this.
Yeah.
Well, the great thing about Pierre is that he let everybody be themselves, right? And so we had to allow him to be him, but also you kind of have to learn and adapt. And a lot like the producers were talking about yesterday, like Pancake. If Pancake needed him somewhere at 1, he would tell him that he had to be there at 12:30, right? So, we had to learn, Preston, that if we needed the show to be over at 10:45, you can't let him know that, right?
Yeah,
because then he'll be like, we're not going anywhere.
Right.
Yeah.
If you needed to catch a flight, it's like, don't let him know.
Oh, yeah, because he would purposely drag it out and because he liked to play off of his lifestyle, which was just, it'll all work out.
Yep.
Well, if occasionally, we didn't ask this of him a lot, but if we wanted him to be involved with the stunt for something in the morning show, same thing. Like we would have to, if he needed to be there at 7 or 7:30, you got to be there at 6. Probably be at the station at 5:30 if possible.
When we would do the Vag Project and we would launch this sex balloon for the it was a Steven Singer tie-in.
Yep.
He would often be our correspondent.
Oh my God.
Pierre Robert, legendary rock DJ, would be on the roof of a building with binoculars looking at a floating sex balloon.
Yep.
Oh, so many people loved when we've mentioned the Vag in the past couple of days. It just makes everybody giggle. I get defensive, and I feel like I want to step in every time we talk about his lateness because I experience the same thing, and it is a problem that people like we have where you think that you can get more done in the time. And it's just, you don't look at a clock and say, and I'm not making excuses, I'm just sharing this.
The mindset.
You look at a clock and you don't back time it properly, and you don't think I need to leave right now and then get there because it's going to take this many minutes and it might take a couple extra minutes depending on traffic or this or that. You literally look at a clock and you go, oh, that pile of socks, that's been sitting there for 3 weeks. I should fold them now.
Yeah.
By the way,
and we would share that all the time with each other.
both Pierre and Marissa were late for Connor's wedding.
Yes, were they?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
A couple weeks ago. Yep.
It's the last time he and I were on the air together. I was sitting in here doing some work, and he was doing his vinyl cut, and he was sharing the moment from the wedding, and he goes, well, there I am. You know, I'm late and I'm figuring it out. And what did I do? I text Marissa and she goes, that's okay. I'm just getting in an Uber. And I run in and I go, what? You called me out.
Yeah.
You called me out, bro. And we had a beautiful giggle.
Marissa, I actually suffer from that acutely a little bit. And I think the way, and I realized this just yesterday, where I needed to be, when, let's say I needed to be at my house to pick my daughter up for something. And I look at the clock, I look at it like, oh, I'm there now, right? So I needed to be there at 3 o'clock, and it's 3 o'clock, and you know what I mean? Like, it's a really weird, like, time dilation in your mind.
You guys are amateur hour compared to what Pierre would do.
Oh, I know.
Pierre was the absolute quintessence of absent-mindedness. The story that came to mind yesterday was him forgetting to close the sunroof on his Tesla.
Oh, man.
And he knew the forecast was calling for like a raging nor'easter. He comes in. By the way, that's an electric car.
Yeah.
And he comes in. His hand sanitizer was floating in the cup holder.
Well, we were never... never surprised by
never
the stories.
surprised. Yeah,
I went to Toronto with him in 2002 for the SARS benefit concert, and the Rolling Stones played, and Rush, and Guess Who, and Justin Timberlake was there. It was a really cool international show, and it's an hour flight from Philadelphia to Toronto. But when flying home from Toronto back to Philadelphia, you got to be there early because it is also an international flight. Right. And I got the airport at plenty of time, and I'm waiting, and I have all of the equipment because we broadcast live while we were up there, and he just flat out missed the flight. He never made it to the airport. So the good news is that there are a few flights from Toronto to Philadelphia every day. But like Steve, I'm sitting there. I'm experiencing angst because of his lateness. I'm doing my job as his producer to get him back to the freaking country. And no show, complete no show at the Toronto airport.
We'd all be willing to suffer a little bit more of that lateness around.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a great text that just came in. Somebody had written in and said, "What about a new Philly holiday? Good Citizens Day, and people could do acts of service in memory of Pierre.
On
I
August 1st.
love that.
I love it one step better. It'll be officially on the 10th, but we'll observe it on the 11th.
Yes. Yeah, we'll mark it for a certain day, and then everybody does it the day after. A couple of phone calls. People have been on hold for a long time. We had this issue yesterday, but we're doing what we can. We're going to go. Wow. It's Shane who just cleared his throat. Hi, Shane. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. I'm glad that clearing the throat made it to the air.
Very good. It's a special moment. No, you wanted to share some special sentiments about Pierre.
Right. So the first time I went to M&M Barbecue, this is the first one that we had since the pandemic. I tried the whole time to meet him, and I think I was sitting on the curb but beside the side tent, and he just happened to walk right behind me without me knowing it. And I'm like, son of a bitch, I missed him.
Yeah.
So near the end of the event, I was on lawn, and I decided to leave. I usually leave before it fully wraps up so I can avoid the traffic.
Right.
I make it to the sidewalk path. I'm just about at the steps. This was the year that he was wearing that blue glitter thing and that hat.
Yeah.
So he walks right by me, and I'm thinking, of all moments. So I stopped him, just to get a quick picture. And we're posing, and he already has his hand on my shoulder. And when I said, "Oh, that didn't turn out great," he's like, "Well, let's try it again." He, with his hand on my shoulder, he whips me around to a different angle, took another, didn't like it. He's like, "All right," whips me around again for another angle.
Yeah.
And then, he went to the lawn, I suppose, with his recorder, but he took the time to do that with me until I was happy with the shot.
Yeah. Yep.
That's about right. Yeah.
We wanted to make sure that you were satisfied. Yeah. That sums it up.
Exactly. And just real quick, I won tickets off of him for the Presents when he had Mammoth.
Yeah.
And the last time I saw him was at the Struts, Jackie and Sarah and Brent were there too, and it was just great. I even looked up from the crowd, and he was on the front row of the side balcony, just bobbing his head to the music, and I just loved seeing him do that.
Yeah.
So he sort of he represented a friend and so much more, and we love you sharing those experiences. It means a lot.
Yeah. Thank you, Shane. Thanks for calling in, man. Appreciate it. Speaking of bopping his head, there was Sammy Vile posted a video on Instagram that I saw this morning, which was Pierre at the we did Camp Out Unplugged last year with the Hooters and Don McCloskey and Loka Kani. And he had a great video of Pierre. The Hooters are playing, and he's doing that head bop thing off to the side. Yeah, we're watching. It's me and him. I'm just sitting there. I'm just drinking a beer. And Pierre's getting into it.
It got much more Tasmanian devilish.
Oh, yeah. Here you go.
Yeah,
there's a video that we're...
And we were just loving it. And how many times has he seen the Hooters? How many times?
Yeah.
But it never... The second they kicked in, and it's almost like when Travolta clears the dance floor in Saturday Night Fever. He's out there doing what he's doing and getting lost in it all.
We're going to speak to Rob Hyman of the Hooters later on this morning. He's on the West Coast around 9 o'clock. We're also going to have Billy Corgan.
Yeah.
Got word of Pierre's passing, and he wants to chat with us.
He had a good conversation with Pierre.
Yep. Lzzy Hale is possibly there in Poland, and she might be checking in today. Chris Jericho reached out and wanted to come on and share his stories, and Jacoby Shadix as well. So we're planning on getting all those people on the program.
I went through a casual list of just the things that came up in the initial search. We talked about the Rolling Stone, New York Times,
yes,
TMZ, all these journals from around the world. Literally, he's popping up in them.
I'm trying to stay positive here, Steve, but you know who's missing?
Who?
Hasselhoff.
Come on.
Prick. Marissa?
I'm so glad you mentioned that New York Times article. They spoke with his sister. They spoke with Chuck D'Amico. It is a beautifully written article. Like
Okay.
Pierre Robert made the New York Times. And I'm just going to say this out loud because, we all use it in our lives. There's not a touch of AI on this thing. It is a beautiful, it spans his career from the moment he started in radio in San Francisco and arrived in Philadelphia, and talks about how beloved he is in this area.
Yeah. It's you don't see that
No.
anymore.
Listen, many are looking at this as, you talk about that. What is that moment that will, in years to come, constitute a changing of the guard or whatever? Well, we're here to tell you, we will be here, MMR will be here, and we'll continue on in his stead, and we will honor him by doing what the station has always done, which is really everything that Pierre was. But this is something that is tectonic, and we always would say this. There was no, he was the legendary rock DJ.
Yeah.
He was, and he was right here in Philadelphia.
I want to mention the Rolling Stone article that Preston read yesterday, and the obituary was written by a guy named Joe Hudak. And I don't know if you guys knew this or not, but there's a director named Steve, and he got together with Joe, and they've been writing and producing a documentary. And Pierre is to be heavily featured in this documentary. Wow. It's about DJs from around the country. It's about radio, and but it's mostly about Pierre Robert. And so they started interviewing him, and they started writing about him before Pierre's passing earlier this week. And then the unthinkable happened on Tuesday or Wednesday morning. So Joe had already written a lot of stuff about Pierre and Pierre's life. And that's why that obituary rang so true, is because it was so current. Joe and Steve, the guys that are working on this documentary, they're going to be here next week. They're going to be stopping by.
Right.
And we can talk to them a little bit more about it. But what they have to say is it just echoes everything else everything that everybody else has been saying. And so thanks to Joe for writing such an incredible obituary for Rolling Stone. It really it was sweet and sentimental and accurate.
Nick, he was, because Chuck was mentioning, was he not the one who sat down for this 2-hour interview?
Yeah.
Just days before, Pierre was able to commit a tremendous amount of his memories and thoughts on being a broadcaster, his career. That was as fresh as can be.
And so the documentary's obviously not finished. They're still working on it, and nobody expected this to happen. So they're going to pick up where they can and carry on. But the obituary was just beautiful.
Do you know what this might be, Preston? Also, as I'm watching the video footage of the decorating of the studio in Pierre fashion, this might be the 1 year that we completely get behind the decorating of in classic Pierre fashion.
Yeah, most definitely. Let me take another phone call. We got a break here in just a moment, but I'm going to go to Cameron, who's joining us next. Hi, Cameron, you're on. Good morning.
Morning, guys.
Hi, Cameron. What do you want to share with us today?
First of all, Preston, I want to say it's been well over a decade to talk to you, because I used to be friends and classmates with your son, Parker.
Oh, no kidding. Oh, wonderful. Thank you for checking in.
Anyways, I want to start off by saying to you guys that I am extremely, extremely sorry for the loss of Pierre. I never met him in person, but I did meet him, over the phone. And I got to talk to him over the phone quite a few times. And quite a few of those calls were for like song requests and stuff.
Okay.
And whenever I would talk to him, man, he was just so nice, so polite, so well grounded, so down to earth.
Cameron, did you feel this? This is I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think this is what you're indicating. You felt, even through the phone, you felt that he was a friend. You felt that you had a connection to him. Would that be correct to say?
That would be a safe assumption.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would regularly be walking by the studio, Cameron, when he was doing his show, and you would hear him on the phone with listeners having conversation, whether it be about music or they were requesting a song, but sometimes it was personal. They would get in. They would talk about the personal lives or maybe issues that they were dealing with at the time, and Pierre would be absolutely all about trying to help them with whatever it is that they were trying to achieve. And it was just so special. Did you ever ask him for help, or were you just calling in to request songs or just to compliment?
Some of them were for song, or in regards to songs. Some of them were just, I think a few of those calls were just to check in.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah, and like I said, he was easily one of the nicest, one of the most polite, one of the most down-to-earth and well-grounded individuals that I've ever spoken to.
Yeah.
We appreciate that, Cameron.
Thanks, Cameron. And
I love you guys so much. I've been a fan of you guys for a while now.
Excellent. We appreciate that. All right, tell Parker I spoke to you, okay?
All right.
All right,
Tell him I said hi.
You got it. All right, take care, Cameron. So Pierre communicated with people in a lot of different ways. You know, if it wasn't speaking to you personally on the phone, meeting you in person, he was talking directly to you through what we do on the radio. It's what I try to do. I try to keep in mind that you most likely are alone while you're listening to the radio. I like to address you as you. Pierre did the same thing. He asked me about that one day, about who are you talking to? And we had a nice little conversation about that. And so he got that aspect of it. While it's easy to say, hey, everybody, thanks for listening. I like to zero in on the one person that is by themselves tuning in, and Pierre had that connection,
And that is so from the beginning, and you and I and all of us have been fans of radio. And in whatever version, whatever you're talking about, radio is the one thing, whether it be podcasts, whether it be whatever, they're all the same in essence. It's just how you're listening and consuming radio, and broadcasting the way we are presents that one thing that is the immediacy, the ritual of your morning or whatever it is, where we are actually part of what's going on. And as much as that's the case, it allows people who were master communicators like Pierre to have these multitudes of friendships and relationships with people, again, as with Cameron, that he never met in person, but there was a relationship there. Yep.
And with that, he was so passionate about receiving a phone call. You talked about, the listener being on the other end, perhaps listening to the radio by themselves. He was just in a room looking at a microphone.
Same thing.
And he hated looking at a text screen and saying, Pierre, play the song. He just wanted you to call in.
Yeah.
He just wanted to talk to you. He wanted to know why you wanted to hear that song. He wanted to know how your day was. He wanted to know how long you've been listening to MMR. He just wanted to hear from you. And I hope that you continue that and call into the radio station, because we are here for you, just like Preston and Steve just said. And just in that legacy, continue to reach out.
Yeah, agreed. All right, well, listen, we are going to take a break. We're going to take your calls. We have a lot of things to do. I want to play some snippets of Pierre moments, and I want to share some of the rock community's words that have acknowledged Pierre's passing on social media. We have members of the rock community that are checking in today. Like I said, Billy Corgan's going to be calling us around 8 o'clock, about an hour from now. We're going to talk to Billy Corgan. So I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say. And we're going to be playing MM Archive clips from like Pierre Presents moments and things like that. So that's the music focus today. So, and of course, we're playing these little beds that Pierre would play regularly on his show, which I just love so much. This one is the Stones, Can't Always Get What You Want, and I just love that song, and I love that he would add different versions of great songs like this, just a little flavor, just a little spice that made his show so special. So we'll take a break and we'll come back in just a moment. Stay with us. 93.3 WMMR, Everything That Rocks, one of Pierre's absolute favorite bands. It's Collective Soul from a Pierre Presents event, and Ed Roland had posted such a wonderful tribute to Pierre. You could tell he was
destroyed,
absolutely gutted by the news of Pierre passing. And there are a number of rock stars that have reached out and posted, and I'm going to read a couple of these real
Please
quick.
do, yeah.
I woke up this morning to see that Rush and Geddy Lee had posted. We just heard the very sad news that radio broadcaster Pierre Robert passed away. He was such a passionate promoter of so many bands, Rush included. Most recently did the fan Q&A at the My Effin' Life book tour in Philly. Pierre left his imprint on the musical tastes of the people of Philadelphia and beyond. He will be sorely missed, and heartfelt condolences to his WMMR family and listeners. And they posted a picture of Geddy and Pierre on stage together.
He did do that, didn't he? Pierre, and it's what we talk about, the way we start, we become disassociated from each other, and the technology is such that we have our own personal things and we're looking down and we're not connected. Pierre was the antithesis of that.
Yeah.
And Pierre would curate things, and Pierre would not force his tastes, but would allow you to experience it, hear his passion. And I think for many, many people, for many generations to come, he's kind of set them on their paths to what they enjoy and what they don't.
Billy Idol posted, said here of Pierre Robert's sudden passing, my condolences to his loved ones, the WMMR radio family, and the WMMR listeners in Philadelphia, BFI, he wrote. Sublime, the band, wrote out and said, life is too short, so love the one you got.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Pierre Robert, and it was a clip of Jacob driving over the mural featuring Bradley holding baby Jacob and Lou Dog with that same quote. The Struts wrote, we are absolutely heartbroken to hear the news of our great friend Pierre, one of the most wonderful, supportive, and kind-natured humans we've had the pleasure of meeting in our journey. We couldn't have loved this man more, and are sending all of our love to the WMMR crew and Pierre's family. Thank you for everything, Pierre. And by the way, we're going to have Adam from the Struts on the show later this morning to check in. Blues Traveler posted as well. They said, in loving memory of Pierre Robert, radio DJ legend for WMMR Philadelphia. Pierre was one of the first people to put Blues Traveler on the radio and kept coming down to rock shows for the next 37 years. Beautiful man and local music champion. Pierre was the real deal, and we will miss him.
Preston, so all these artists, I know you have a few more to read, but think about that relationship. So you're an up-and-coming band, and you get this guy who is, for many years has been a legend, but is passionate and interested and supportive. For you as an artist, for you as trying to get your music out and your sensibilities out, to have a conduit with somebody that was of the stature of Pierre, that's something you will never forget. And we're seeing that, borne out in the way people have been responding to this news.
Yeah. I'm going to go to a couple more calls. We're going to get Eddie on the phone line now. Hi, Eddie. Morning, sir.
Hey, guys. Great day in the morning.
Great day in the morning, my friend. So, Eddie, you used to work here at WMMR?
Yeah, I was an intern for you guys. I started as an intern, and then I was in the IT staff back in the days of Al Matthews and Josh Kramer.
Oh, excellent.
I remember you, Eddie.
Yeah. When I met Pierre, I started working at the station. It was a time in my life when I was finding myself, and he kind of took me under his wing. And I was coming out of the closet at the time, and he really just kind of showed me around, the places to go in town and stuff. And we spent every Saturday night together for years. We would go eat dinner at Elvez, the restaurant on and Sansom.
He loved it, yeah.
He loved that place. Oh my God, they loved him too. And we would just wander the streets and bar hop, and he would tell stories. And I love watching him interact with people. I mean, I asked him once, like, do you ever get tired of people come up to you all the time? Like, no, he really did not. He loved every single person that approached him.
Yeah,
that's completely true.
To get to know them and get to know their story.
Yeah.
I can't believe we're having this conversation, man.
I know.
Yeah.
Eddie, did you say it was just when you were coming out of the closet?
Yeah.
And so one of the things about Pierre, and he was never he never hid the fact, but for those who may not know, Pierre was a gay man. He didn't flaunt anything like that. But his stories of taking straight people to gay bars, oh my gosh,
hilarious.
These stories were just so funny. He loved doing that.
Oh, I went with him several times.
Yeah.
And I learned a lot.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It was opened my eyes.
Yeah.
Eddie, like he helped a lot of people along that journey, and he just did it in a kind way and in a guiding way. And I'm really glad that he was able to do it for you. There's a few other people that come to mind that I know were struggling with their sexuality, and Pierre was just a giving, kind soul in so many different ways. And so for him to do that for you is not surprising, but it's also good to know.
It's incredibly important to have somebody like that to help you out like that, right, Eddie?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I have another story I wanted to share about him too. It's funny. So he had taken me and our mutual friend Bill out to Chicago to see the Grateful Dead 50th anniversary show, and I mean he paid for the whole trip for me. He was extremely generous. He would do things like that for people all the time, and it was honestly like one of the most incredible experiences I ever had to have the opportunity to do that with him. But Bill and I, on the morning of the show, we were in the lobby of the hotel. And you'll be surprised to learn that we were waiting for him. So we were waiting for him. We were people watching all the deadheads in the hotel lobby. He comes down the elevator. He's got his roving rock microphone in his hand. And attached to the Velcro of the case of the microphone is a pair of underwear.
Yeah, that's about right.
And I never found out whose underwear it was. But it was doesn't matter.
Oh my God, Eddie! Thank you so much for sharing that, man. We appreciate it, and sorry for your loss. Our loss is your loss. All right, thank you, sir. We appreciate it. In the studio right now is a good friend of ours, a fellow coworker for many, many years here at WMMR, and just recently got married. Our very own Connor Betts is back at WMMR. Hey, man, it's good to see you.
It's great to see you guys.
Be great under better circumstances, but, the last social thing that I did with Pierre
when you texted me that.
Yeah, it was at your wedding.
I started tearing up.
It was.
Goddamn.
We had such a great night. Did you know that he had arrived late?
No.
Okay. Yeah, because your back was too. The ceremony was underway.
Well, I'm sure you assumed, right?
Yeah. I mean, there were many times I would text him something, and when I worked here, when I didn't, and he'd be like, "Sorry for getting back late." I'm like, "It's okay." And he's like, "No, it's not." I'm like, "It's you." And he's like, "What does that mean?" And I'm like, I'm not expecting an immediate response.
Right. Yeah. We had a ball at your wedding. I assume you had a chance to talk to him. Well, you speak to everybody when you're at your wedding, but did you interact with Pierre a little bit?
Yeah, no, I made sure, one, to say hi to everyone.
Yes.
Got most in the cocktail hour. Didn't get to you guys until after the first dances.
Yes.
So then after that, I was like, all right, I got to go over to MMR. I got to say hi to those guys. And then like one group of family members. And then I was like, all right, I'm good. I can party.
Were the attendees excited that Pierre was at your wedding?
Yeah. And you guys too.
Huh.
And like my uncle's a huge fan. And then he's like, "Who's coming?" I'm like, "Don't worry about it." I'm like, "You're there for me. You're not there for them." I'm like, don't bother them. And literally, we were like, he's gonna hate this, but I'm talking to Pierre, catching up, and he comes over. He's like, "Can I grab a photo?" And I go, "No." And he's like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "Real quick." I'm like, "We're talking." No, like scram. And he's like, "Real quick." I'm like, "Fine, real quick."
Yeah.
Smile. Boom. I'm like, "Get out of here." He's like, "Thanks."
I'm sure.
Was I bothering too much? I'm like, yeah, because I was talking to him.
I'm sure Pierre was in classic Pierre mode. Would have been.
Oh, yeah.
I'll take any picture you want. Yeah.
Pierre was in story mode that night at our table, and it was so great because once he heads down that path, and you know what a storyteller he is, and how he describes things and gestures, and he was just in that full on mode, and he also did something. For me, and he would do this from time to time. He would make sure that he let me know how impressed he was at the job that I personally do on the show. And he would do that from time to time. And my last hang with him, he was telling me, there'd be at a point in the conversation, he would say, it's like, man, I just want to let you know how impressed I am at how you handle what you do on the program. And Casey, you talked about wanting to, you
want his approval.
You want his approval.
You want him to be proud of you.
He's the best. He's, getting that from him is better than any award we've ever received. And I happened to get it from him again just recently. And, it was so special.
Him being complimentary, you would get lax and you'd say, this man actually considers me a contemporary. And not only that, is completely complimentary of, he and I also, being a bit older, shared a lot more bizarre references.
When you guys would start talking about old TV shows and stuff.
And he's my guy. He's my guy. And then when I got that big Enterprise model that's in the office, he came in as if it was the Ark of the Covenant. He's like, oh my God. It was awesome. And that won't happen, but goddamn, I having it happen, I'll never forget that.
I'm going to play something for you, and because I'm already crying, why not? This piece of audio would regularly bring me to close to tears. It is so wonderfully emotional, and I'm just setting it up. I'm starting to get a little choked up. It's played around the holidays, leading into usually Thanksgiving, when people are returning home. And I just loved hearing it. We're always going to have it. MMR is always going to play this, but it's just so touching and wonderful. And Jason, I believe, created this. He did the production on it. But Pierre's, his delivery, not just the words, but the way he says it, the soft nature of his voice is so welcoming and so heartwarming. So you've heard it before, most likely, but I'm going to play this for you now. I just absolutely love this.
Tap your heels together 3 times and think to yourself, there's no place like home. There's no place like home.
No matter how far you've gone or where you've been, it's great to have you back.
Mama, I'm coming home. Who says you can't go home? Listening to
back home to the station that's been the soundtrack of Philadelphia since 1968.
Where my music's playing. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. I'm on my way. Home, sweet home.
93.3 WMMR. Welcome home.
We're coming home again someday to the town that rocked the nation, Philadelphia.
There's such warmth in his voice.
Yeah.
That tone,
I think about the rock artists that we've lost really over the last decade, the Chris Cornells and the Tom Petty's, and there are so many that are hurtful, and we are given some solace in the fact that their songs still exist, that we can still listen to their music, and then we can remember them, and they live on with their music. And there is an element of that with Pierre. His voice will live on at this radio station. The videos, the pictures, the stories that he shared, people sending me clips of Workforce Blocks dedications that he would send out to them. So I've been, in a very strange way, over the last day and a half, listening to a lot of Pierre. And it really hurts to hear his voice, knowing that I'm never going to hear it live again. But I do get some comfort in knowing that voice is still going to be here forever. And that's also part of his legacy. The sheer amount of things that he said over time, and the amount of those things that were recorded that we'll have for a long, long time, give me a lot of comfort.
Casey wrote down on a piece of paper, he wrote this, Pierre's voice is a warm hug. Look at this post on YouTube. Min, this moment, wrote, his voice feels like a warm hug.
Oh, my God.
That is verbatim what Casey wrote down. I'm going to show this to you on our YouTube camera so that you can see that, Min, because that's exactly.
I'm sorry, Casey, go ahead.
No, I'm just going to say, So the last few Sundays I've gone on hikes with my wife, and I decided that we're not going to go on a hike this Sunday. We're going to walk the city, Philadelphia, and we're going to end up at Rittenhouse Square on Sunday. That's where Pierre was last Sunday. I was looking at the weather, and I'm like, it's going to be sunny, 63 degrees. So if anybody wants to hang out in Rittenhouse Square, and listen, the Eagles aren't playing on Sunday anyway, so if you're looking for something
Not that
to do,
it would matter to you, right?
come and hang out.
Bring him a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
And sit on that bench and, say hi.
Yeah.
I love that idea.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of the coffee, I was listening to Jackie Bam Bam last night, and apparently it's pronounced La Colombe.
Ah,
no.
That is touching.
Yes.
La Colombe. Is Jackie still here?
I was
Yeah,
in the car. I was listening to it, and I was laughing my ass off.
La Colombe.
Yeah. It was with Brent was on. I think Brent or Sarah was on. There were people circulating in and out all day yesterday on various time slots and just jumping in. And I heard that last night.
It's the best.
It was just
But you pointed out yesterday, and people have mentioned it as well. If you're talking about somebody who was a real heir apparent and kindred spirit to the, and he, Jackie kept apologizing for breaking down yesterday on the air, but he that's his idol,
Yeah.
But he's so much in the vein of Pierre,
yes,
in a more unbridled way, but still the best. I mean, for the purity of the love of radio, for the purity of the love of the connection to you listening, he's the guy,
Mm-hmm.
and that's I'm going to hold up a cup of La Colombe to him.
Hi.
Cheers,
La Colombe.
Oh my God.
Chuck, were you going to say something?
I kind of half missed what you guys were talking about because I was doing some work, but Jackie is here.
Yeah.
Were you talking about Connor's wedding?
Well, we were,
Okay.
earlier, but I was saying just then. Are you talking about the coffee or?
Yeah, everything.
Okay, because Jackie said it was La Colombe last night.
Well, Chuck, you observed.
So God, I love him.
Pierre was at your wedding,
right,
Connor,
yeah,
and yours as well.
Yeah, so it'll be my 22nd wedding anniversary on Black Friday.
Yeah,
this year, and we actually got married on Black Friday. So it's the same day, same date, and all that kind of stuff. But we asked Pierre to do the blessing at my wedding. Now, after the fact, I'm not sure Pierre had ever seen a blessing at a wedding before because it was unlike anything I've ever seen. Like, we asked him to do it, and it's like a prayer. It's like saying grace before dinner,
Mm-hmm.
And, he got up and he got the microphone, and a lot of people knew who he was, but some people were like, who's this whack? Like, like they had no idea who he was. And I thought he would just, my wife and I are not terribly religious. So we wanted somebody to just say something positive. And we thought, he's positive and, but he got very spacey on it. He's like, I want everybody to summon all the energy from the sun and the moon and
classic
channel all your positivity towards the, Chuck and Leanne, kind of deal. And some people were like, what the hell was that?
High?
What just happened? Right. And then the more religious people in the room, they went ahead and said grace after that.
Did he go into what I used to love, by the way, and I just was remembering this, Preston, and we would lead him into it occasionally, the larger-than-life Paul Bunyan story of how he got the white streak.
Dude, I was about to say that very thing.
Yeah.
I asked him one time about the white patch on his beard, and apparently it was when he was climbing Mount Everest.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
And there was a very long story that went along with it, and eventually he got struck by lightning on his chin.
Like Harry Potter's lightning bolt.
When I would work for him, that question would come up a lot, especially when we do Workforce Blocks Live and would be out amongst the public. And so people would ask it fairly routinely every week. And Chuck, I don't know if you remember this or not, but it got to the point where I'd been doing it long enough and working with him for long enough that when someone else would ask that question, I'd go get other work done.
Yeah.
Sure.
I could go
You got
leave.
time.
You know,
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, I'll be back in 5 minutes or so.
Would it change?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was
Little
Steve,
nuance.
It was like the Joker telling the story about the scars on his face.
Yes.
Yeah,
He
you
would
want to know how I got this white patch?
Yeah, he would-
or it's like the aristocrats.
Aristocrats, yeah, that's exactly, yeah. The little nuanceical details would change every time, but there was always a bolt of lightning, and there was always some resurrection involved, and then the powers that were infused into his body as a result of getting struck by lightning. But yeah, it was. I
love that.
The truth is, it was Dye.
It was Dye. Let me get another call, and then we have to play some audio clips. Or we'll be able to fit them into the next segment, maybe, Case?
Yes.
Okay, because we're going to start having guests on here shortly, and in fact, one is scheduled for now. So Mr. Peanut's on the line, so we're going to go to him. Hey, Mike, Mr. Peanut, good morning.
Hey, Calf, you pussy.
Yes. The presidents, of course.
God, I'm going to miss that.
Mike, you had a lot of interactions with Pierre.
Yeah, I'm really glad I got one of his coffee mugs this summer at Sequoia. That's a good thing for a remembrance from him.
Yeah.
But my first memory was my brother introducing Pierre to me back in '81, to this new cool DJ. And that's where it began. Since then, whether I was working or driving, his heartfelt voice was just part of my day.
Yeah.
And I would always just love to sit there and listen to him.
Yeah.
But for a good portion for the part of the workday where you're actually working and you're moving about and doing the deal, whatever you're doing, your companion was Pierre, and that's something very special.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you guys listening. It's part of my day. It makes it.
Did he ever get on? Did he ever get on one of your sleds, Peanut? Or
yeah.
Okay.
So I made when Minerva came out. What was that, like 13?
Yeah,
something like that. Collision Max made Minerva, and it was on display, and like a convention center for the home show. So we copied it, had a month, and brought it out there, and man, Pierre was just smiling ear to ear, and he went down with us, and it was best day of our lives.
The funniest thing is that the actual Minerva, which had a wonderful rebirth and was retooled, but it was there was a miscommunication that the idea was, this is going to be a show car that will be taken, wheeled, and flatbedded. And some people thought, this will be a drivable vehicle. And Pierre at Sequoia, he goes, I'm not getting in that goddamn thing. I'm not getting in that goddamn. I smell gas. I'm smelling gas.
Steve, at one point, it just became this environmental disaster, for Mr. Greenpeace. And he's like, the oil that's leaking out, I can't do it. I just can't do it.
Oh, they did a great job, but it was a work of art. It was meant to be a showpiece,
Right.
not to be driven. It had a clearance of a quarter inch.
Yeah. Mr. Environmental driving the oil slick around. Wow.
I can't put kids in that.
Yeah. Well, Peanut.
I love.
Go ahead.
I love seeing him at all the events.
Yeah.
He's going to be so missed.
I know. We're trying to figure out how we move forward after this. Right now, we're focusing on the legacy and honor, and we'll take the next step when we need to, but it's going to be so hard with him gone. But thanks for checking in, bud. It's good to hear from you this morning.
Absolutely. Peace and love, guys.
Peace and love. Yep. We're going to go to a guy who knew Pierre very, very well, and was, with Pierre at as many shows as he was at. I'll never in my life get to the amount of concerts that he got to. It was just, it was always a great thing to see when he was at a show.
And the gentleman we're going to speak to, Preston, I think we'll all agree, has a bit of Pierre's soul, his kindness in him.
He's just the best. And if you've gone to any Live Nation concerts, our buddy Jim is one of the people that helped put them together. So we want to welcome our good friend Jim Sutcliffe this morning. Hi, Jim. Thanks for coming on, man.
Of course. Great day in the morning.
Great day in the morning. It's it's hard to even say that, But man, Jim, you and Pierre, I mean, you guys logged a lot of miles together, spending time.
Yeah, we did, and I think about all the stories, and like one that came to mind is Neil Young, because he had 2 shows, and his the people that work with Neil Young said it was a Monday show. It would be great if MMR could talk about the show, and that would be terrific. And so I mentioned it to Pierre, and of course, to Pierre that means he's going to play an hour-and-a-half block.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, Pierre, you should stop. I told all those people, I think he might have gotten in trouble at work today. And so I made sure they listened, and I said, guys, I never asked for this. I'm the easiest going. He needs to say hello to Neil Young. He has to say hello, and I never asked for that. And then Neil Young's people, he came out, and Neil Young said hi to Pierre and made sure he had a great picture. And of course, Pierre, thank you. I'd love to do a full interview with you one day.
Yeah, and that's
always
for those.
That was always his first question.
Yeah, for those who don't know, it's you have to handle that very gingerly. Because you can ask the handlers, and they're going to say, "No, I'm sorry, he's busy." But if you get a one-on-one, face-to-face, and you make a good impression, and you play it the right way,
you can strike gold.
You can get something like that. And Pierre was successful from time to time, and he would take those chances, man. And and Jim, did you kind of like cringe a little bit, when something like that happened?
Oh my God! Pierre was he was cringeworthy, and that was the thing with Pierre. Once said he smiled and he was great and he was so happy and everything. But he used to give me a little bit of a hard time every once in a while, and I love that about him.
Yeah. Well, that was really an indicator of his passion for the music and so on and so forth. I know Neil Young, especially because of Pierre's great friendship with Graham Nash. It seemed like this isn't obvious, and it was a bridge too far a lot of the time. And so, the time you spent together, is there one particular moment that stands out to you where you were, facilitated something for Pierre or were with Pierre?
Well, Neil Young was kind of the first one that came to mind, and Collective Soul, because he introduced me to Collective Soul. I would have never known them without Pierre, and he would say, "This is our dear friend, and he would talk to Collective Soul about me and how much he loved me and how much I did for them." And I said, "Pierre, it's fine, but that's how generous he was with me and how much he thanked me." And we found, we were talking the other day, and we were talking about in Camden and how does Pierre promote a show, and we were saying he starts at noon. He plays a block, and he says, you should go to the show. You never know if this is the last time you'll ever see this artist.
Yeah.
And then he'd get to Camden, and he'd start saying hi to every security guard and every fan and take a picture with everybody. And then eventually he'd get to the artists, and we were saying the Foo Fighters and Shinedown, of course, and Bush and Stone Temple Pilots. And a lot of times they're people, they're busy, they got a lot going on, they're tired. Once they got in a room with Pierre, they got so relaxed and they talked to him forever.
Yep.
Yeah. They just loved talking to him. You had to break through all the walls to get to Pierre, to the to the artist, and the artist loved him. They're just like, we don't have this in any other market. A guy that comes in and knows everything about us and loves us and is so passionate. So that's what I remember first about him.
Jim, 2 quick things. First of all, he loved you, and he always said the nicest things about you because this is really how he felt about you, and he appreciated everything you ever did for him and for the listeners. Secondly, I know that this happened to me more than once. I'm sure that it happened to you about 1 million times, but especially in summer shows in Camden, when the show would be over, Pierre would want to do post-concert coverage, and he would want to interview every fan that was leaving the venue. And sometimes that took a while, and sometimes it took longer than you guys wanted it to take. And so if you can recall any times where it was time for everybody else to go, but Pierre just kept going and kept recording.
Oh, well, I'm a barbecue for sure. That would be, sometimes my wife would say, what time are you going to come home? I'd say, probably around 1:30, because after the show, And it didn't matter. He'd ask him to leave the building, but then he would be in the lot, and there was people still in the lot hanging out, and he'd talk to them.
Yeah.
He'd talk to anybody and everybody, and then he'd talk to security. He'd say, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry if I kept you here late." And yeah.
It was
That's what I always remember.
Yeah, a staple was seeing him do that. That was very important. The roving microphone, to be out on the lawn, to be as they were coming in, to be as they were leaving. The barbecue was definitely, and obviously, you guys are essential to make all that happen as well. But it was, the joy, especially to be on stage and making announcements and or getting the crowd excited. That's when he was in his glory.
Yeah.
Oh, he loved it. He loved it so much, and we miss him so much already. And it's really tough for us. It's tough for everybody. So we're still sort of processing like everybody else.
I came to this realization after my father passed away, and it was pretty sudden in nature. That the silver lining from a sudden death is that the last things that you did with people, you didn't have this gray cloud looming over it, right? So all of the last things with my father were great because, we didn't know he was sick. Right. And so I want you to tell us about the last concert that you went to with Pierre.
Well, it was David Byrne, and
he loved that.
Heads.
Yeah.
And he loved that, and he very much wanted an interview, of course, and I wanted a hello, and it just never happened. And it was amazing because he brought friends to that show, and usually with Pierre, he can't fully get into a show if the artist didn't necessarily give him what he should have had, and he didn't put him and David in a room, and he knew how much they would have loved each other, but he actually relaxed at that show. And Marissa can tell you more about that because she sat with him. But I was just like so happy because I really wanted him to come, and I knew he would enjoy the show so much. And anytime you want to come, please, we want to have you. And he came, and Marissa and talked about how much he just turned to her and said, "This might be my favorite show of the year." And I just had the deepest breath, like, wow, that's how great he is. That he just enjoyed the show and stopped worrying about work. He just enjoyed the concert.
I love to hear that.
That was such a beautiful, the last show I saw with him, and it was just perfect.
That's amazing. And part of the deal is that he would get into these moments, and he would, it's all about, I got to get a piece of audio. I got to get this. He was acting as if it was his first week at a radio job all the time. And he had to get that audio. And can we record this? And to hear that for this show, he was able to relax and disconnect a little bit and just be an audience member loving David Byrne. That is awesome.
Yeah. I love that.
I'm so glad that's my last memory with Pierre, and it's the last show I went to, and it feels like it was meant to be. And I'm really happy about that.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
All right, Jim, we got to run, but thanks so much for checking in, and we know how much you miss him, just like us, so we appreciate it.
Yeah, and I love that you guys are doing this, dedicating the whole station to him, and keeping it another day I love so much. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jim. Take care, bud. Yeah, there's no way one day was enough. In case I know we need to break right now, yeah. I'm going to quickly go to Linda.
Please do, yeah.
She's been on hold for a long time, and I want to have her on. Hi, Linda. Thanks for coming on. We unfortunately we got
to in the morning.
Great day in the morning. We got to keep this a little short because we got Billy Corgan coming up in a moment. But you wanted to share something about Pierre.
I wouldn't want to pass that and I don't want to interfere with that. My husband and I met Pierre. I lived in Hatboro, but we met Pierre at one of his workforce parties. You remember those?
Sure. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, and we had our guide dogs with us, of course.
You guys are both blind, correct?
Yes, we're both blind, and so he got right down on the floor with the dogs, and that was it, man. He just was in heaven. Harnesses and all, they were kissing and loving him, and he was hugging them and stuff like that, and then he hugged me, and he was so kind. But I will tell you that I saw him one other time, or went to hear him one other time, whatever. But the thing of it is, when John passed away, I called him, and we talked for quite a few minutes, and he was really trying to make me feel better. He was just he did what he loved because he loved what he did.
Yeah, that's very true.
You know what? And comforting was a big part of what Pierre Robert was. He really did, Linda. So if you needed comfort, he'd absolutely would supply that for you. And did it help when you spoke to him?
Yes, a great deal.
Wonderful.
Because I knew, listened to him for so many years. I mean, you guys are the best, but I will tell you, he was the heart of that radio station.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's no question about that. Yeah.
That midday gap, it's going to be tough, but it's going to be okay. And he would want that.
Yeah,
and he's exactly right. He would want that. He will want. I was asking people yesterday if Pierre knew this was coming, and you asked him days in advance what he would want. He would want everything to continue as robustly and as energetically as possible because he knew the mission statement of WMMR because he created it.
Oh, yeah.
Linda, thank you so much. We appreciate you and the love that you're spreading about Pierre. So thanks for the phone call.
Love you guys.
Love you too. All right, we'll see you. All right, we do need to take a break. Like I said, Billy Corgan, Smashing Pumpkins, is going to be checking in with us when we return. And we're scheduled to have a few other people. Some may be on, some not, depending on what their schedules are. But we've got Jacoby Shadix and Chris Jericho, maybe Lzzy Hale, Rob Hyman, and Adam Slack of the Struts, and so on. And we're going to play some clips too. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us. It is everything that rocks music from one of the Pierre Presents, and that was Mammoth when they did the song Epiphany. Wow, he was so great at those events, at those Pierre Presents events, and getting all the stories out of the artists. And you could tell that Wolfgang loved Pierre as well. He really connected with him.
Clearly, and for Pierre's contribution, he was there at many of the events he was asking them about.
Yeah.
So his musical knowledge is just, unparalleled.
It is a little bit after 8 o'clock. We are, like we said yesterday, we're doing another full day of tribute to our great friend, amazing brother-in-arms and family member, Pierre Robert. We're scheduled to have some people joining us. Billy Corgan is scheduled to be around now, supposed to be giving us a call. We'll see if that happens or not. Listen, I'm not expecting everybody because, there's schedules change and everything, but we'll eventually get to them. We were talking a moment ago to Jim Sutcliffe, and we had to wrap up there, who was with Live Nation. Of course, they book all these amazing shows that come to town. And he was telling a story about, the stars when they would light up and see Pierre, and I touched on that yesterday. I have a story actually from our Y100 days, and we were doing a Y100 festival, which was our festival shows that we would put on, like the MM Barbecue.
Yes.
And so you get multiple acts that are on those, and Pierre would come to those. I mean, it was a competing radio station.
He did not care.
Yeah, you have to understand that in the industry. Especially a few years back, radio was very, very cutthroat, and there were rivalries, and it was also considered, kind of bad form if you did certain things. Pierre did it as a just complete support. And you as a representative of one radio station probably shouldn't go to another radio station's event because it's their event,
especially one of the marquee talent.
And you don't want to look at a show like you're supporting this other radio station.
Right.
Pierre didn't care. He loved doing that stuff. So we were at the festival, and we were in a back room. And we were interviewing Stone Temple Pilots, and Brett Hamilton was conducting the interview. I was just kind of sitting along, and I asked a couple of questions. I jumped in on there, and we had the whole band. It was all 4 members, and Pierre poked his head in, and Robert DeLeo, the bass player, stopped in the middle of what he's saying, and he's like, "Oh my God." He's like, "Hey, Joe, Pierre, come over here." And this is in the middle of an interview.
Yeah.
And Robert goes, "I'm sorry, I know he works for another radio station, but he's like, but this man knows everything about music." And we
knew, yeah.
Yeah, we were all like, "Oh, dude, it's Pierre. Don't worry, of course.
Yeah.
We don't he's our friend too,
He was supporting us. He was supporting the Preston and Steve show. Well in advance. And if you think about it, Preston, it's something that we haven't touched about. We've touched about it throughout the years. Pierre was essential. In 2005, when we came over to WMMR, without Pierre's stamp of approval and the Pierre way that he moved things along for us and cleared the way and said, give these guys a shot, nothing would have turned out the way it did for us.
Well, he also gave me his blessing to come work for you guys. So I was leaving MMR to go to another radio station, which Preston back in that day especially was also a bit verboten. Like you wouldn't get the blessing from one radio station to go to another, let alone talk about it, say goodbye and whatever else. You just kind of be sent along your merry way. And so I left MMR, joined you guys at Y100, and then less than a year later, we were all back here at MMR. It was a weird few months, but Bill was kind of against that. But Pierre gave his stamp of approval, and Bill and our old boss, John Fulham, were courting the Preston and Steve show at the time to come to MMR in the first place.
Yeah. I want to play a couple of clips, and this is one of my favorites. People would email in and request workforce blocks or maybe a zap or something like that, and Pierre would read them. And this one just, God, we loved this one.
Yeah.
I'll just play it for you, and then we can talk about it on the back end. Here we go.
Could you play It's the End of the World as We Know It? This is Richard. I'm out here selling brake pads with my buddy Tommy Callahan. We love it when that song comes along because we sing along pretending we know the words, but they go so fast we really don't know the words, but we just can sing the chorus, but throw in any words we like. That's a great thing about rock and roll. You can improvise. It's the end of the world to Richard, selling brake pads with his buddy Tommy Callahan.
He's doing this out of the kindness of his heart. He's like, hey, that's what's great about music. You can...
Right.
And had no idea.
Just Tommy Boy, would you consider that a Pierre Robert movie? No, of course not. No. And that was the beauty, because while his sensibilities were comprehensive in every other aspect, general pop culture was not his strong point.
We should, in Pierre's honor, send a zap out to those guys.
Okay. There we go.
And he later found out and revealed that on the air.
Yeah. Well, it happened a couple times.
Yeah.
I can't remember the exact other ones, but I remember there were movie references.
Right.
And the wool got pulled over Pierre's eyes, and we loved it when that happened.
And then,
it was so great.
You know what you would hear after that, Pierre? I mean, Preston. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. All right.
Your truck has something.
Well, we have our guest on the line, so sorry, Chuck. We'll get your story in just a moment. But the rock community has been very outspoken about the tragic loss of our brother Pierre, and I read some post earlier this morning, Geddy Lee, Billy Idol, the group, the whole gang in Sublime, the Struts, Blues Traveler. Yesterday, there were other posts that we had mentioned.
Bon Jovi's beautiful.
Yeah, Bon Jovi. John wrote a really lengthy one. Graham Nash was very upset. Ed Roland of Collective Soul. So it's just, it means the world to us. We already knew about Pierre's relationship with the rock community, but it is so great to see it on display as it is. So we're going to welcome our next guest on the program. He's a wonderful performer. He is a fan of music. He is just the biggest fan of music, and so we're happy. And he spent some quality time with Pierre over the years. We have Billy Corgan who's joining us. Billy, thanks so much for coming on this morning, man. We appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Good morning, and it's nice to talk to you, and I'm sorry it's under sad circumstances.
Yeah, it's, it's really ripped the heart out of us, out of the radio station. We're doing what we can to honor our friend, and like it may be heard by your own holder, sharing stories and so on. But, when you come across a personality like Pierre, someone like you who is a veteran of the industry, you've met and seen and talked with so many people in this industry, it's got to be refreshing when you meet someone of his ilk that is just as genuine to the bone as you can possibly get. And I'm curious if that's how you felt about Pierre.
Yeah, in Chicago where I grew up, we had these great DJs that could play what they want, and they were their own people, and that's the kind of DJ I grew up on. So when I met Pierre, I was like, oh my God, you still exist.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's this guy out there who loves music, and he's going to do what he wants to do. But at the end of the day, it's about sharing this passion that we all have for music. And when you sit with the Pierre, you're just so humbled because everybody that he's talked to, he's seen it all, he's done it all, and yet here he's interested in you. And you feel that. I mean, you really feel that. I mean, I've done thousands of interviews. I could have sat with them all day. I mean, it's such a pleasure because it's like, this is why we're in this game. I mean, you get cynical, you got some guy in your ear, you got to go to the station because they're playing your record. You're like, okay, it's all good. And then you walk in, it's like, wow, this is why I love music. This is why I stayed up all night listening to music. This is, I mean, it's like the heart of what we do, especially for those of us who grew up on radio.
Yes.
Obviously we live in a different world, but radio was like, for kids growing up in my era, the Gen X, I mean, radio was God. And thank God there's still a station like yours that still represents that. It's so refreshing.
Pierre represents the sadly, the unicorn. It's something that we will endeavor to carry forward in his stead, and it's still out there. And we knew, before talking to you, Billy, that you are, that you feel this way. You have a podcast that's terrific, The Magnificent Others, and you pull in a very eclectic blend of people that I'm like, of course he would get Paul Williams, of course, because that's what speaks to you. And both Preston and I are huge Paul Williams fans, and it's like, and that was Pierre. You would hear a random Trini Lopez song. And that's the essence of what you're describing, correct?
Yes, I have this memory of when I was there last where, it's radio, so I'm always conscious of time and talking too much. And I said something, and Pierre goes, no, we have all the time in the world.
Yeah.
Take your time. Let's just hang out. It was like, oh, my God, this is so... It's so beautiful. I mean, I have a very distinct memory sitting in that room with him and just thinking, wow, this guy's a king,
Wow.
And I'm happy to just sit at this guy's feet and listen to these stories. I mean, it's so rare that man still exists. I mean, we grew up and there was like 20 Pierres, and that's not to take anything away from Pierre. They were the titans they were the Alan Freeds. There was the people who broke Beatles and,
yes.
His love for the Grateful Dead. It's like, and of course there are women too that I've grown up in this industry meeting as well. So I got to say something quick. So, my manager reached out to me when Pierre passed, and my first reaction was like, "Oh no, that's crazy. That's too soon. There's too much life in there for him to go." And then my friends from Philly started writing me and saying, "Did you hear about Pierre?" And like 3-4 friends, like within the next couple hours, and I was like, "Okay, now I really understand what he meant to that community."
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Billy, I want to thank you because when like a tragedy happens like this, a passing, something sudden, you seek comfort through others, right? You seek it through hugs and just the company of others. But also, and I know that you feel this, you find comfort through music. And so you had mentioned the Grateful Dead. I listened to Broke Down Palace yesterday from Grateful Dead. I can't tell you how many times. But I also listened to Drown, and I also listened to Mayonnaise. Which are two beautiful, beautiful songs, beautiful guitar songs, and that is you. And I don't know if you have any sort of go-tos when something like that happens, but I just want to thank you for those two songs because they brought me so much comfort.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's it's funny is death is such a mercurial thing that we find ourselves reaching for things we wouldn't expect, right? For one friend, it's like Slayer.
Yeah, exactly.
But certainly, when you think of someone like Pierre, I mean, the music of Jerry Garcia comes to mind. It's that kind of freedom. We're lucky that we meet these people along the way that they live in their own free space, and you kind of almost wonder, how do you do that? Like, I know it's a job, and I know it's a radio station, and I know there's a clock running, but somehow you're floating in this other ether. How do you do that? And, of course, he did it for,
44 years here.
Yeah, I mean, talk about a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
It's funny, and that's a very salient point. I see that with you as well, Billy. When you were starting your career, I think we all have that. We're trying to find our voice. We're trying to find what we're going to do and how we're going to communicate with others, and what to this point, what people will say of us after we're gone. And I see you right now through all that you've been through, and it's an extensive amount, and I liken this to Pierre. Pierre was in such a good place. I think you're in a similar place. You appreciate the things. You're unabashedly embracing old and new. And I think what I'm gathering from you with your time with Pierre is you sense sort of a kindred spirit. Would that be correct?
Yes. It's hard to explain but I guess I hear Pierre going, "You have all the time in the world." It's hard to explain because you start with true, earnest love and passion, and you love music so much. I was up all night trying to figure out how to play like John Paul Jones, listening to Led Zeppelin records, and I could see my daddy standing in the doorway saying, "What the heck are you doing?" And then one day, you're on TV and you're on the magazine cover, and suddenly you're so smart and you think you know what you're doing. And then, at some point that stops too. And then you've got to really dig down deep and make a decision, which is, do you keep going? And of course, there's a million obvious reasons, but the real reason, which is that you love music, you have to kind of find your way back to that. And so when I look across the table at someone like Pierre, I think this guy understands.
Yeah.
It's not about one song. It's not about one tour. It's not about one gig. It's not about one radio station. Heck, it's not even about my band. It's about something that's so much more preeminent than that. And when you find that kindred spirit, it's like, wow, this is like family. It's like, okay, this person understands what we're on. And I can't tell how many times I've sat across from a DJ, and in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, is this guy or is this girl going to play our song? Or are they going to promote the record? When you sit across from Pierre, you go, you play whatever you want. I don't care if you play my record. I don't care if you even mention that I'm in town playing a gig. I don't care. I trust you. I trust you to do what you need to do because we're on the same tangent here.
Yeah.
And it's more of a life thing. It's more of a brotherhood, sisterhood thing. And when you find that and you feel that, you're like, hey, man, I'm in your rocket ship. You take me where you want to go. It's hard to explain what that feels like, but it's so rare. That's why I'm on the phone this morning. It's that rare. And so I could say to your local community out of condolence that, you know, you had a magical being in that spaceship. And thank God, because if it wasn't for him, I don't think I would have done what I did, because I grew up listening to the Pears of Chicago, and they inspired me to care.
Billy, you know, we're all grieving and in mourning, and so we're going through the different stages of grief. And towards the end of the day last night, as I was getting into bed, I really needed to laugh about a few different things. And so I was just scrolling through Instagram and finding some comedy clips, and I sent Steve one of Norm Macdonald, which was just making me laugh. And just I stumbled across some Simpsons clips, and it was the one with you, and it was Billy Corgan smiling politely, or Billy Corgan smashing pumpkins, Homer Simpson smiling politely, and I knew that we were going to have you on today, and it's just like, it's this iconic pop culture moment that will never not make me laugh, and so there are a million things to thank you for. But just for being in that Simpsons world, and for that clip floating across my my algorithm last night, thank you for that too.
Little did I know, right?
Yeah.
I was in the studio somewhere circa 1995, 96, saying these lines. I had no idea what I was stepping into. And trust me when I tell you that being in the fraternity of Simpsons alumni and being on what I've been told is the #1 Simpsons episode of all time, which is shocking.
Wow.
There's so many great episodes. But it's a cool thing. And it's... It's like sometimes you'll be in an airport, you know, I love this about America. People send their kids. I don't know why. They don't want to bother me, so they send their kid over. And the kid comes over, hey, are you? And the kid says your name wrong, you know. And so, you know, you think, like, you puff up your chest. You're like, yeah, that's me, kid. It's like, were you on the Simpsons?
I love it. I love it. Billy, to the point of Chicago and great radio personalities, we had the honor of being inducted into the National Radio Hall of Fame in Chicago, and got to check out the radio museum there. It is... And
Jonathan Brandmeier had inducted us,
which was terrific. But it is something I know to break down to the core of all this and what you're talking about. That ability, somebody on the other side of a microphone, or that, whether it be a musical artist or somebody who's speaking directly to you, as you've done with the consumers of your music throughout the years, that's the magic. That's the thing that cannot be duplicated by an algorithm or AI. That's the thing that will make it eternal. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Sure. You know, I was lucky the night that Terry Hemmert of WXRT Chicago was inducted in the Radio Hall of Fame. I was part of that ceremony. It was a great honor. And grew up like on John Records Landecker, who's still going.
Yeah.
Last I remember. Mm-hmm. And have gotten to meet him and interview with him through the years and talk to him. And I guess what I would say is let the DJ, I hope the program directors of the world don't get mad at me. Let the DJ play what they believe in.
Yeah.
Because my experience as a fan and my experience as an artist is, if the DJ believes in the record, the fan will believe in the record, even if they don't hear it. The DJ shouldn't be a pitch person. The DJ should be like a priest.
Yes.
That says, hey, I'm in this every day, and I'm telling you, this is where the magic is. And my formative experiences for radio were listening to people that I trusted. And so I ended up listening to a lot of stuff I never would have listened to because I trusted that DJ.
Yes. That's preach, brother.
Yeah, no, the essence of Pierre, and giving you reasons to consider why this song might be wonderful, and giving a story behind it, and presenting it that way. He equated it as a restaurant in that the food is the music, yet you don't just go to the restaurant for the food. You keep going, get back to that great restaurant because of the ambiance, because of the service as well. And he had kind of equated his job in that manner. I thought that was such an eloquent way to put it. Hey, and he had said specifically, Mr. Smith, we know that you like this, but here's something we'd like you to try as well. And here's why we think you might like this, So it plays right into that. But he was...
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because, I thank you for mentioning my podcast. I got into it about a year ago. And, Bill Maher was the person his world recruited me to get into podcasting. I had really no intention to do it. I'd done a little one about my music, but, I said to him, I just want to do what I want to do. And they said, well, what's it like? And I said, I really just want to sit with people I really, really like and talk about whatever I want to talk about. And I don't want to do it slow. I don't want to rush. I just want to be able to tell good stories. And it's funny because even something, and it's been great, done really good viewers and stuff like that, a lot of beautiful compliments, but even in me being in podcasting after being in music for over 30 years, this is this tremendous pressure to do what everybody else does.
Yeah.
And I think it's so strange, and I just always find myself shaking my head. It's like, that's what makes the sun go round, this idea that we're all different, we all have something different to contribute. And so if I can't, after all these years of knocking my head around, if I can't talk to Paul Williams of what I want to talk to him about, if I can't interrupt Paul Williams like we would talk like we're brothers backstage.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to say about someone like Pierre is like, when I sit with Pierre, you do what you want. You interrupt me, you talk about something I don't even know what the heck you're talking about for 5 minutes. It's all good. That's why I'm sitting in your room. You haven't come to my house. I've come to yours. And I really do miss that. And so I really do understand why this is so a deep cut for everyone there, because people like him are so rare. And of course, we've seen over corporatization of music, not just in radio and how music comes out. Everybody thinks you can kind of bottle the magic. You cannot. You will never bottle the magic. And as I've said to many people in corporate boardrooms, you can't get rid of me. And what I mean by that, and they take it as some kind of crazy self-aggrandizing statement, I'm saying exactly the opposite. Somehow I'm some weird needle in a haystack. I don't even know why, but I at least know that I am. And I'll fight for that. And you can call me crazy. You can make fun of me. You can meme me. You can put me on the Family Guy. I don't care. I've been there too, right? But the point is, it's you got at some point you got to stand up and say, I care more about what I believe in than anything, including money, including anything. And it's I call it in my own private life, I call it like a priest class. You have to believe. And if rock and roll is our sort of God, and that's not to take away from the real one, but if rock and roll is our God, you got to really walk it. You got to be willing to be at that show. You got to be willing to do crazy stuff. I went on yesterday and I was reading up about Pierre's life because I thought, okay, well, I know this man a little bit, but I don't really know his contribution. And, I was reading about the crazy bus that you guys had and all of this. Okay? That's not somebody who's thinking, hey, does this make sense on a piece of paper?
No.
This is what I believe in, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
How many concerts do you go to and waited to introduce the band?
Oh, yeah.
All the time.
Band and take the picture. It's like, you got to love it, man. You got to love it to your bones.
Yeah, he did.
He approached it with the same zeal as somebody in their first year of getting their first radio gig. He attended more concerts than people a third of his age. There was no erosion whatsoever in his adoration for music, the environment, the artists, and most importantly, Billy, and this is the thing that transcends it all, the people who listened and supported the station. He was forever thankful and showing his gratitude day to day, second to second. And as we're learning between yesterday and today, this is a guy we knew quite well, hearing all sorts of quiet little gestures that went unrecognized and unnoticed until today and yesterday. that he was doing. So he is he's magical, and you sort of tacitly gave the best description of what Pierre was and will remain in our hearts. So we thank you for that.
Yeah, and God bless everyone. I feel it. I feel it. I wish I grew up listening to him because, like I said, those are my guys and girls. I'm with them all the way.
Thank you, and it's important to the listeners to hear someone of yourself. Sharing this loss, it does mean a lot because he Pierre's a local rock star, and hearing that our actual rock stars think Pierre's a rock star.
Yes, I know. It's what you do, though.
It's pretty
what
awesome,
we do.
Billy.
Yeah.
So we appreciate you taking the time this morning, man. Thanks so much.
Hey, God bless, and hope to see you all soon. Okay?
You got it. All right, take care of yourselves. Billy Corgan, guys, joining us this morning talking about Pierre Robert. They had an interview a while back that was wonderful, as you can imagine, because Pierre does wonderful interviews. And Billy was, he wanted to come on. So excited to have him.
What a compliment. And listen, I believe whatever you believe, and I know Pierre believed in energy and the universe and so on and so forth. So I can't help but believe that the energy or whatever Pierre is and where he is now, he's seeing this and enjoying it.
Obviously, we've dropped our formatics once again today, and it's all about honoring Pierre. And we have a number of guests who are going to be joining us, but I do need to acknowledge our sponsors. So a portion of this program brought to you by United Tire and Service. You buy 2 or more tires, you get $50 off any other service to get you where you need to be this holiday season. United Tire and Service. Don't drive alone. Drive United, UnitedTire.com. Case?
So we are connecting right now with Adam from the Strut. So as a bridge to that, do you mind checking in with Bill Kane, a photographer? He is on line 10 right now.
Bill Kane, well-known photographer. You've seen his work, and he is joining us now. Hi, Bill. Thanks for coming on, man.
Hi, guys.
Hey, how you doing, bud?
This is tough.
Yeah.
It's really tough.
Yeah, absolutely. I've
been crying for 2 days.
It's so hard, and it comes in these waves. It's the way grief hits you, and we're trying to obviously share some wonderful stories about Pierre, and I'm sure you have something in mind you wanted to pass along.
Well, I don't know if a lot of people know how I got the job working for the station when I was in college, but I had done a story on him for one of my photojournalism classes. I photographed him for it, and they liked one of the prints of him and DeBella. They asked for a print, and I walked in. It was close to summertime. It was probably May. And I said to him, do you guys use photographers? And this is when they started the survival guide. So he said, hold on a second. And he put a long record on and literally marched me down to Jack Quigley's office and said, this is my friend Bill Kane. He's a very talented photographer. You should use him. And you'd be foolish not to. And then I shot for the station for 3 years before I went to the Inquirer. And it was a blast. We had so much fun.
That's amazing. How about that? He walks you down after just meeting you. This is my friend. That's such a Pierre thing to do.
Yeah. What Ray was saying, we met by chance. Who would have thought a chance meeting on 19th and Walnut would turn into a 41-year friendship?
Yeah. Is there any? I'm sure this is a hard question to answer, but maybe you have an answer that comes readily to mind. Is there one particular picture that you believe it really captures all that Pierre was, or comes close?
That's a good question. Jeez. I think the Elton John picture. Because he was with him and Elton John. It was so much joy for him to meet and speak with Elton John. We didn't have much time to talk to him, but it was fabulous.
Was this at the tennis event?
Yeah. Well, you were working for him then, right, Nick?
I was, Bill. Yeah, and it was Pierre was nervous. He didn't get nervous often, but he was very nervous to meet Elton John because he loved him so much, and Elton could not have been kinder.
Well, you know what they said to us though when we went to I was shooting it for Getty at the time, right? I was shooting the event, and Pierre was MC for the AIDS Foundation charity event. So he came over to me, saw me there. He said, "Can you make a picture of me and Elton?" And I said, "Sure." And he said, "But the PR people are saying no, we can't do it. Elton doesn't want to."
Yeah.
And then I said, "Oh, forget that." I said, "When he comes out, we're going to ask him." So when he came out, we asked, and he said, "Sure, no problem, fine." It was great, and he could not have been kinder. We made 3 frames, and that was it, and it was fabulous, and he loved it. He enjoyed it so much.
You were nice enough to get a picture of me with Elton John as well, and my eyes were closed in the photo. So, but still, thank you for the moment.
I'm sorry. Oops. So.
I had pink eye that day. What can I say?
Yeah. So yeah, I had a great time with him, and he was my biggest champion, my biggest advocate. And, you know, he did so much for so many that no one ever knows about. You know, they probably never will know.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
try
true.
to rectify that.
We are finding out things about him, you know, since his passing that we were not aware of, and we've worked next to the guy for 20 years, and you know, there's philanthropy and all kinds of just lending a helping hand that we were not aware of, and that's the nature of Pierre. He just wanted to help out.
Well, the one thing you guys know, he's a big mental health advocate, right?
Yeah.
So a mutual friend of ours was in crisis about a year ago. And Pierre called me and he said, "So what's going on?" I explained it to him. And then he said, "You think it'll help if I call?" And I said, "Sure." I said, "It can't hurt." And then Pierre actually called our friend and talked him down off the ledge. And he was like 3 days later, he came out of his funk and he was fine. And I believe Pierre probably saved his life that day. You know?
Yeah.
One of many times, I'm sure, yeah.
One of many. All right, Bill, we got to run, but we appreciate
you guys.
checking in, and sorry for you as well.
One thing, can I say one more thing?
Sure.
Everyone keeps saying to me, "Sorry for your loss," but I don't think it's sorry for my loss. I think it's sorry for our loss.
Yes.
Everyone's loss.
I agree.
It's a huge loss for everybody.
100%. All right, thanks, Bill. Take care of yourself. All right, we'll see you soon.
Bye.
All right, we have, we just had Billy Corgan on. I've read all the posts from different bands, Rush and Billy Idol. Rick Springfield posted something last night. And,
how cool was that?
Nash
Nice,
and all these wonderful, fans of Pierre's and the Struts.
Yeah, God did Pierre love the
Pierre
Struts.
fell in love with the Struts, and he loves all music, but every now and then he finds a band that he just connects with, and then he becomes the champion for the band.
The Struts just particularly capture all of what Pierre loves about rock and entertainment and things in general, the style and everything.
Yeah, giving everything to make people happy. Yeah, and that's what the Struts do. And they posted, we're absolutely heartbroken to hear the news of our great friend Pierre, one of the most wonderful, supportive, and kind-natured humans we've had the pleasure of meeting in our journey. We couldn't have loved this man more, and sending all our love to the WMMR crew and Pierre's family. Thank you for everything, Pierre. Joining us right now from that band, from the Struts, and via Zoom, we have Adam Slack on with us this morning. Adam, thanks for getting up early and joining us today. We appreciate it.
No, of course, yeah. It's just a big shock, isn't it? So, I think all of us in the band are just very upset, and just, anything we can do to be part of, all of this horrible news, then, just a shock, isn't it?
It is, and it's wonderful to hear stories from people like yourselves and our listeners who have been calling in and checking in and letting us know what Pierre meant to them. You guys were a fairly new band on the scene. I'm not sure how long you had been together before you guys started to really make some traction, but you were brand new to us. You come to the States, you come in for a visit, and you meet with Pierre, and he just immediately loved everything about you guys. Was that readily obvious to you that he was on board with the band?
Yeah, and it was, WMMR was the first radio station we came to when we came to America 10 years ago. So it was like August 2015, and, we did loads of radio stuff back then, and, it was instantly welcomed, and I think every show in Philly ever since he's been there, introducing us in the pit. Afterwards. Having beers afterwards with us, going to a bar, and just the most supportive person that we've had, really. And I think there's a reason why Philadelphia is the biggest market for the Struts, and I think it's thanks to him and you guys and just constant support. So he's been so instrumental in our career. So
he just always radiates warmth and kindness and love, and he did that with you guys. And then when you do that, a lot of times it radiates back to you. And you guys 2 years ago on his birthday, surprised him with a birthday cake. He didn't know you guys were coming.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I would love to say that you guys baked the cake yourselves, but I think you guys just showing up and surprising him with a birthday cake was really, really sweet. And I know that he loved that.
Yeah, I can't believe that's 2 years ago, actually. I thought it was last year. Time flies. But yeah, no, I think it was Sarah that got in touch, and we were just like, yeah, of course, like anything. And a nice little barbershop harmony quartet, I think we were going to say as well.
Right. Oh, man. That meant the world to him.
We were talking to Billy Corgan about the unique and not just I mentioned unicorn, and Pierre I think represents a unicorn in the type of personality. It doesn't even have to be just radio, television, in any form where you have somebody who's serving as a conduit to you, the listener or viewer or whatever. I'm sure, and you said you did a lot of radio. I'm sure you don't encounter many people like Pierre.
No, like he was just a fan more than anything. That's what I think. Because like, you do the radio stuff and people are like, oh yeah, love you guys, whatever. And then like, like, you coming to the show? Like, no,
Yeah.
And it wasn't just him coming to the shows, but like, even, I mean, the last couple of years, we actually had really in-depth conversations about the first time we came to WMMR. I personally in the band was like really struggling with like mental health stuff and what I later found to be like OCD.
Yeah.
And there's something that we really bonded over, and he like would check in with me, and it was just, he didn't have to do that. And like literally just this last tour we did, when we saw him, he was checking in on me, like, how you doing and everything. And just him being so open with what he would share with me would make me feel so much better about, what I was going through. And he said, like, when I first met you, you seemed like you were struggling with something. And it was like, he was just so in tune with that. And it was just, I hadn't had like conversations like that with anyone really in the music industry. And it was just, it really meant a lot. And I think that's why it hurts so much even more, because I really felt we had this connection on that kind of stuff. And it was only a couple of weeks ago we were texting about going to Lake Tahoe with my girlfriend, and so it was it's just been, I mean, of course, for everyone it's just been such a shock, but he was just such an amazing human.
I'm going to tell you, Adam, it didn't feel like you had that. You did. Like that was an absolute pure relationship that you had with him. And I had mentioned this on the show yesterday that, a lot of us have these transactional relationships, right? And, it's like, what can I get from you? What can you give me? What, and with Pierre, it was never that. And with Pierre, for you guys, like, he only wanted stuff for you. He didn't want anything from you. He just wanted stuff for you. And he was really, really in tune with you because that's who he was with everybody. He was an empath. And so, there was nothing transactional about Pierre. Like, he only wanted for.
Which can be an anomaly in your business. Mm-hmm. A lot of people want things from you guys, and then you have a guy like Pierre who stands out amongst those because, he doesn't want anything from you. He wants for you.
Yeah, it's just give. And, I'm going to miss our bouquet of flowers at every show in Philly that he'd get us, It's just little things. It was just just so thoughtful.
Well, I would say this: don't. We're mightily committed to to honor him, Pierre, by picking up the torch. So, would a Whitman sampler do instead of flowers?
Some candy.
We'll do something.
I'll tell you what: the Brits, they don't like English or American chocolate, do you guys?
Well, we are quite snobby with our cherry.
All right, then we'll get trouble.
Well, listen, Adam, we just want to say thank you for checking in and sharing your condolences and your love for the man. He would love the fact that you were doing this. Like I said, he loved your band, all of the guys. So thank them all for the kind words on social media and for acknowledging what a unique and special person he was. So on behalf of everyone in Philadelphia, we want to thank you for that.
No, and thank you. And just the rest of the band, we're all just as devastated. And we're already talking about like what can we do to celebrate this guy's life, and what facet can we do with the band. So we're already thinking, and obviously love to all you guys. I can't imagine what it's like for you guys either. So just nothing but love. And we're all, the Struts are here. You have my number, like call us. If there's anything that's going on, we want to be part of it anyway.
So we appreciate that. Wow. Yeah.
Wonderful. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Adam. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon, okay?
Thank you so much.
You got it, guys. That's Adam Slack from the Struts this morning.
Adam's in L.A. right now, by the way.
Got up way early.
And I was like, hey, do you need to make sure, call you? He's like, no, I'm setting like 7 alarms. Like this was really, really important to him.
I love that he mentioned flowers, because Pierre did that for every artist that came through. I mean, he just had a running tab, and he would make sure the most beautiful flower display was waiting in the dressing room with a thank you note. It would mention MMR. It would say love Pierre. Sometimes it had a couple of bags of coffee next to it. And even if he didn't get to say hello or anything, anytime he might have seen an artist afterwards, they would say, your flowers were beautiful.
See, so there you go. I knew that he had done that from time to time for maybe certain ones, but I had no idea that he did it at that frequency. There's yet another thing, another one of those wonderful magical touches that he brought.
The things that are not done for, look at me doing this. The things that are done for, I want this to be nice for you. Yeah. And that's the delineation.
Case, what were you pointing out?
Let's go to Bob, and then we get a break.
Okay. All right. Yes, we want to get calls in as well. So we're going to turn to Bob now, who's joining us. Say, Bob, good morning.
Good morning.
You wanted to share some thoughts or stories about Pierre?
Yeah. Well, first off, when your station slogan is everything that rocks, I really wish Pierre had not come up with a new way to rock our world.
Yeah.
Who was it who said, be the change you want to see in the world?
I don't know who to credit that quote to, but I like it.
Right now, it's you.
Okay. Well, no, I think it was somebody like Gandhi.
Yeah. No, it was Bob on line 1.
Could have been.
It was Gandhi.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Gandhi was quoting Bob.
Yeah.
That seems to have been Pierre's core philosophy, was just living like he hoped everybody would.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I just wanted to talk quickly about something that I guess falls under the quiet gesture section, where not many people knew about it. And I'm not sure about who all was involved, but in the late 90s, there were a bunch of guys, it was usually 3 or 4 guys, who would hang out on a stoop on 12th Street between Walnut and Chestnut in the neighborhood.
Okay.
And they would be wearing jester hats. And Pierre was one of them. Very often I passed them like 2 or 3 times and stopped one time, and they would just give out advice. They say, hey, you need any advice? And people would stop and say, yeah. They'd ask whatever question was on their mind, and they would give honest and sincere advice to this person and then ask for a donation to a local AIDS organization.
What time, what era, what time frame was this, Bob?
97, 98.
No kidding.
Yes.
Okay.
The Chesters. That's that again, another classic Pierre thing.
I love it.
Yeah, the advice guys. I think that's how I knew them as, but I don't know if that's how they referred to themselves.
No, it seems about right. But that on that tangent, or not a tangent, something substantive, obviously, Pierre would always show up for charity events with my wife's charity events, for animal stuff, and Pierre would come in at the end and always wanted to, when we do the mutiny on the Marshall, he would be there, jump right in and do the auction. You remember, Case, you'd see him there.
Yeah.
And he just loved animals. And of course, I think of Lucy, who was his absolute canine soulmate. Never got over that one, but yeah, and then all the charities, Preston. How many charities?
Sure.
Always there for whatever we had going on. So
Most
it's a
definitely.
good memory.
I love that story, Bob. Thanks for sharing it this morning. We appreciate it.
Sure.
All right, take care. All right, yeah. In case you were saying we have to take a break. We're scheduled to have a few more people on. We'll see if they do call in. But some musicians definitely wanted to share their stories about Pierre, and we have some more clips to play, more of our own stories to share, and yours as well. So we'll take a quick break and come back in just a moment. Stay with us. Everything that rocks. Pierre's beloved Hooters from the Both Sides Live CD, which Pierre wrote the foreword for. And just absolutely, he always, I remember him going on and on about how much he loved the version of that song, and even asked Don Henley. He'd seen Don Henley in the hallway, right?
Yeah.
He was interviewing him.
And Don had heard it, and Don gave a brief response, but he knew that version existed.
Yeah, he'd asked if he liked that version, or was it the Ataris that did?
Ataris, yeah.
The other version, and he's like, I like the Hooters. And so Pierre always liked to share that story. Ryan Shuttleworth is sitting in with us as well.
Hey, good morning.
Pierre's producer as well. It's day number 2 of our tribute to Pierre. There's no way one day encompasses it. A whole year doesn't encompass it, but we're going to do what we can to honor our wonderful friend. And, we're dropping all our formatics today and just spending the day talking and telling stories and hearing from people that are important to Pierre and who Pierre was important to them. And obviously, the Hooters, we spoke to Dave Wisikanen yesterday, and they're just absolutely destroyed by this. But you know how close of a relationship Pierre had with those guys.
It brought him unrelenting joy.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And the fact that there was a good amount of Hooters, so to speak, in his life at the end really is a wonderful thing.
Yep. So we've got Rob Hyman joining us. Rob is on the West Coast this morning, so he's getting up super duper early. Hey, Rob, thanks for coming on this morning, man. We appreciate it.
Hey, I'm here, guys. Good morning.
Good morning. It's so hard for all of us. You guys, your relationship with Pierre, I mean, it's something I never thought I'd even have to ask.
Yeah.
It's just we all knew it, but since he's passed, it's important to hear from the people who had such a special relationship with him. So can you explain or just describe a little bit about Pierre and the Hooters and whatever's in your heart?
I think it's the relationship anyone would have with family, friends. It's going to be hard to get through this.
Yeah, we've been crying a lot, Rob.
But that's and what do they say? You'll laugh, you'll cry on. We go way back, and I think you take it for granted. He became a friend and supporter, and we have many of them, and our fans and you guys. I mean, this band it's been an amazing adventure, and you just build these relationships up, and they're just part of your family. We kind of a kid. John Lilly had the best name for it. He called it the Hooter Family Robinson, and we're like a rolling. Like we're on the bus and then family and friends jump on. Pierre's been one of them, literally on tour with us. He's come to Europe. He's traveled. We just saw him this summer. Yeah. Came with his sisters to Berlin. He came to Sweden, our final show. We celebrated a birthday and a lot of things. So, again, you just take these relationships for granted and then literally one day they're gone. And you have to recover. We're in shock. It was so fast and so ironic or bittersweet, whatever the words are. We just spent an incredible weekend with him. Literally a week ago today. It feels like a lifetime now, but we would do these shows at the Keswick every year. Actually, they kind of started at the Electric Factory, and we would do them on Thanksgiving night sometimes. And with that live album that you mentioned, that he wrote the liners, we did a live album from the factory, and he was just there, hanging out, literally coming on stage, singing with us, and we lost a dear close friend and more.
The thing is, and you mentioned that, and we were talking to I've been talking to a number of people, obviously, within the industry as well, and they talk about the fact that now, obviously, Pierre was doing middays, so he could, he partied and went to more concerts than just about anybody I knew. We all knew, but he would walk the walk. But I can tell you, and I told this to David yesterday, I have now in my greatest hits list of Pierre memories, the concert you did for us for the Camp Out for Hunger, the little session we did, watching Pierre turn into the Tasmanian devil when you guys took the stage and twirling around, and I mean, it was transcendent, and to know that he at the sort of the final days and months of his life, you guys were a prominent part of that. You try to compartmentalize and you try to work things out and hold it up and turn it around and say, well, maybe there's comfort in this. Yeah, there should be a lot of comfort for you guys because you were, just such an important part of his life and such an important part of joy.
Yeah,
and
source.
The music that you guys generated continued to speak to him every day in every way.
Absolutely. He was a fan, and then, not just us. Excuse me. So many bands in Philly, Jersey, the area, the tri-state area. He was out. Baru was one. Alan Mann. Robert Hazard, Tommy Conwell back in the '80s when we were all kind of kicking around the A's. He was out there literally every night. I mean, and the other thing is he'd be the first to arrive at a gig. He'd be doing interviews sometimes, with the artists. I know he was scheduled to see Bryan Adams on Wednesday. It's his life, He'd be there early, and then he's the last one to leave because he's out in the lobby or the parking lot doing these, man on the street interviews with fans. I mean, I remember I would go. I think I saw AC/DC one of those shows. I was driving home from the arena in Philly, and then you turn on the radio, and you live in the next 2 hours. He's interviewing and reviewing the show. It's like, does this man ever sleep?
Yeah,
it's just that was him, and that was just his life. And and the kind of his life is a movie. This final scene, this final chapter, just last weekend. We had a tremendous. It was just a huge thing in a lot of reasons. Elijah, we were celebrating. I'm rambling. Sorry. It's just trying to collect thoughts. But it was our 10th year at the Keswick of doing these shows. So there was like a 10th anniversary. This year was our 45th anniversary. Our fans know it's crazy. This little band's been together for 45 years. We look at each other like, oh my God, I've never done anything for 45 years, but it kind of being this band more than, haven't even been married that long. It's a crazy thing. But we were celebrating. So I guess the point is he went out with us. He went out in a way that only Pierre could. He's in the front row dancing. He's backstage. He gives us the most beautiful flower arrangements every weekend that we play there. It's this annual thing. And then he hosts the show and often gets up on stage and sings with us, And he's got a pretty good vocal singing voice, by the way. Who knew?
Who knew?
I didn't know.
No.
Yeah. Ryan, you had a question?
Yeah, Rob, this is Ryan, Pierre's producer, and I just wanted to echo just the joy that you guys gave him. I was there shoulder to shoulder with Pierre on Friday night a week ago today, and just the remarkable amount of joy. I mean, just celebrating the 45 years of the Hooters, doing the shows at the Met, and coming to Europe with you guys, and the amazing joy that you brought him. I can't even begin to articulate it, but
it was mutual, of course. It just went back and forth. Like with our fans, they bring us joy. The reason we're still playing all these years is because of the fans. There's a relationship there. We're very accessible as much as we can be, and our fans know it. We try to get to them. We'll meet them in the parking lot too. It's the same deal. And he was right behind us, I guess, 43, 44 years with the radio, so it's like we're neck and neck in this longevity race, and he will forever be in all of our psyches the way he was, out there dancing. I mean, he couldn't have been in better spirits, which is why this was so shocking, because just literally days after we were still high. I mean, these shows, they're always good, but they were something special this year. We brought out special guests. We have a horn section that's been playing with us. Shout out to the whole band and crew and all the other guys. Ali Wadsworth came up to sing some songs with us. She was fabulous. And we wanted to make it a special event, and it was. And now it's become even more than that. It was like a memorial concert in a way. So it's so fresh, and I know everyone's saying it, but the word is raw. We're just raw.
Well, as
we miss him, we miss that voice and that personality.
I mean, the truth is, these all sound like things that you would find in a Hallmark card, but with Pierre, it's true. It's true because he will live on in perpetuity because of that, the force in what he was, and he's just meshed into what Philadelphia is. And the truth is that we, obviously, we all have a wonderful relationship with you guys, and we will honor Pierre and carry things forward the way he would want it to be done. You guys have always been, just incredible friends and incredible supporters of MMR and Pierre and vice versa. And so those things stay in motion in honor of Pierre. And, thanks for all you've done over the years.
Sure, and I would say even about the station and you guys too, there wouldn't be a band, I don't think, without WMMR doing what they did way back when. That first broadcast in 81, 82, these live things we did. There was so much support for local bands, and they made it possible for us to kind of get there. And then there's the music. And I was listening to you playing Boys of Summer. It's like, oh gosh, that would be a hard song to get through. The lyrics of that on the chorus is just so appropriate. But, he went out rocking. He will always be rocking, and he was an inspiration to all of us.
You never know. He might inspire a new song someday, Rob.
Yeah,
Who knows?
Yeah, you know what? I scribbled lyrics the night I heard about this. I was writing stuff down. It's not even so much a song. It was just thoughts. Everybody's got them, and everybody has their stories. And again, we would do a gig. He'd be in the meet and greet. He just was last weekend, meet and greeting more people than we did.
That's it. That is his way, man. Yeah.
We kind of cornered, but he worked the room. People are writing me now, I got a picture with Pierre. I mean, it's just, he was that citizen. I mean, it's the cliche that everybody's using, but he was that, not to mention all the community work. We could go on and on, and we should, because it just, he's leaving a big hole, and listen, and hopefully we all do in our own way, but he touched so many people, and particularly in the Hooter family, Robbins, he was a leader.
Yeah. Well, and knowing his love for you guys, the MMR listeners, the Philadelphia community, they all know that, so hearing you echo back how much you guys loved him, which we knew anyhow, but it's at this point in time when we need this in our hearts, it's great for you to reach out to us and share that, Rob.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Oh, please. Anytime. Right. And thank you, and again, everyone at the station, and him in particular. But it's like it's a musical community. It's going to continue. It'll grow. It's always been our home, and it's just a rockin' city. And he helped put us on the map.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, Rob, thanks so much. We appreciate you getting up early. Take care. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, no worries. Take care, guys.
All right, we'll see you. Rob Hyman, guys. He's just the best. And,
I mean, you can't think of Pierre without thinking of the Hooters.
No. And it's just, and I'm sorry for, pausing there for a moment, because you go through these, and I keep using the word waves, but every now and then you get hit with the, oh, my God.
The reality?
Yeah, the reality of it.
Yeah, same. And there are moments where you're sitting here laughing and you're thinking about the funny moments, or you're sad because you're going to miss him. And then the reality of he's gone, part of it hits me, and that we're never going to do a crossover with him again. And those sad parts of it, those are really difficult. Yeah, and I end up, I think it's natural to end up in denial for stretches.
Right.
We had a grief counselor here yesterday, and I spoke to that woman, and then there's another grief counselor coming today. If you're grieving, talk to someone, talk to anybody.
Yeah.
Because there are ways to just help get you through literally the days and the minutes and the hours, because we're all having a tough time.
Yeah. It's, the emotional swing that you go through, like you said, and we have these great funny moments, and I'm going to actually play something here in a second.
Okay.
That'll lighten up the mood a tiny bit. We have another guest who's going to join us. She's called in, which is wonderful. But real quick, before we go to her, should we play something first and then and then go to her, you guys think? Or should we just go to her?
She's long distance, right?
All right. She's in Poland.
Yeah.
Forget it. We'll go to her first. All right. She's become one of our favorite people over the years. Her band is absolutely amazing. You've seen them at the MM Barbecue. And, of course, Pierre is a huge fan of Hailstorm. And so we wanted to, like I said, the rock community is coming out in full force and showing their love for this man and what he meant to not only them personally, but just music in general and radio and all of that. So Lzzy Hale is joining us from Poland. So let's get her on board. Lzzy, thank you for checking in. We appreciate it so much.
Hi, guys. Oh, my goodness. We were just heartbroken. How are you guys holding up over there?
It's tough. It's hard. We're, we're leaning on each other. We're helping, by sharing stories with each other. The listeners are calling in, and we're just kind of getting over the shock and trying to embrace, how much love we got from him. And so, but it's hard. You've experienced loss. You know what this is like, and we all try to support each other.
It's completely intense. We're in Europe right now, and man, I got the call. I'm like, what? was not supposed to happen, you know?
Right.
I mean, he was such a staple, you know, not just in the Philly scene, but in the music scene. I mean, talk about, you know, Tom Petty's the last DJ. He was truly an icon. You know, it was just amazing. You know, funny story. When the first time we met Pierre Robert was many years ago, we were just kind of starting to break out, and you know, he came to our show, and we were kind of nervous, you know, to meet him. So we all said hi, and I guess he turned to my bass player, Josh, who's also from Philly. You know, his dad, my bass player Josh's dad was there. He's like, man, I've seen so many great bands like this come and go, and he was genuinely like concerned that we weren't going to make it through the gauntlet of this business, and because, you know, he knew all the dark and ugly sides, and at that point in time we were super naive and being like, no, this is going to be great, we're going to last forever. And I just remember continually, like, we would come back into town, and, you know, we'd come in to see him, and we'd come to the station, and he was just cheering us on the entire way. He's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this happened. And, you know, and then, you know, with the just all of the accolades that we've added up, he was just right there. And you know, truly somebody that you just thought was going to live forever and just be around for everything. So
that's exactly right. And
this is crazy.
I think, Lzzy, in you guys, and he responded to this across the boards when it came to artists such as you and your band, who just, and we've said it many times before, you won't find a band or you who embrace the fans and are as genuine and as authentic with their fan base as are you guys. That's Pierre, absolutely. And so Pierre always connected to artists that did that as well. And so I think that's why you guys enjoyed a special place in his heart as well, because he appreciated your commitment to the fan and to the people who support you. Mm.
Well, he was a man of the people, and he knew what was important in this business, and that was the music. And, you know, he never let anybody, you know, sway him one way or the other. He had his heart in the right place, and didn't, like I said, didn't let anybody, you know, turn his head either way. And it was just, it was so wonderful to see. And he was just always out and seeing bands and seeing shows and giving advice. And it was just, it was an amazing thing, because, you know, that I feel like that's a lost art in this, you know, in this industry. The people that have their ear to the ground and know what's truly important, and what, you know, and keeping the community together and lifting each other up. You know, it's like, that's the beautiful thing about rock music in general, and we see it every day with the audiences, is that we're all the same there. Everybody's there for the same reason.
Yeah.
And he just had that innate belief, you know, and man, it's sad to see the good ones go.
Lzzy, this is Ryan, Pierre's producer. He always talked about synchronicities, and I thought of this memory today. I'm so glad that you called. And speaking of him being a man of the people, one of my favorite Pierre Robert memories, you and your brother RJ came into the studio to chat with Pierre, and I was interning for him at the time, and I mentioned to him how massive of a fan my mom was of Hailstorm. And how much power and light that you particularly gave her. And without skipping a beat, Pierre just went, well, she must be there. So I brought her in that day, and he actually introduced you two, and you and my mother, I watched from afar. You spoke like you've been old friends for a lifetime, and I will always have that memory of that joy, and my mom carries that everywhere, and I wanted to thank you for that, and you know, and Pierre being the binding person for that, so.
Oh, of course. I do remember that. That was amazing. She was so incredibly sweet. You have to say hello for me. That's awesome.
But that's
what it's about. It's about connection, you know, and what music does to people. And it's, you know, it's not about, you know, numbers or charting or anything. It's the impact that, you know, that music has on people and how it connects us to each other. And man, that's just so amazing. I love that story.
Lzzy, you guys are in Europe right now. When do you come back home? You be in for the holidays?
Yeah, we end this tour. We've been out all year. We've been out since May, pretty much, with you know, a couple days in between each tour. We were in Poland last night. We're in Berlin today, and we'll be home shortly after Thanksgiving. So we'll be home for the holidays and see some family and all of that.
Well, you know, and I think everybody approaches everything now in light. Listen, we all try to take a moment and really reach out to the people that matter to us. But when something like this happens, I think obviously the greatest gift or the greatest thing you can do is be Pierre-esque. And I know you will, because we know the kind of person you are. But as a general clarion call, you know, tell the people you love that you love them, and don't let these moments pass, because certainly, as you observed at the beginning of this, no one in their wildest imagination thought we'd be dealing with this, but we are.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, hold the dear ones close. You know, time is time passes us by, and you, like you said, you never know when it's going to be the last time. So I appreciate that, man.
Lzzy, thank you so much for sharing that with us. The people of Philly need to hear it. His fans need to hear it. So we thank you so much for that. And safe travels in Europe, and get back home, and we'll see you soon, okay?
Absolutely. And thank you so much, guys, for all the love. And Pierre will live in our hearts forever.
Yes, love it. Yes. Thank you. All right, Lzzy Hale, guys, thank you so much for being on. Oh, my goodness. Yep. And that's, you know what you had mentioned, that band is like Pierre.
Yes.
Lzzy and company, as far as giving the fan experience. It's full, you know, effort.
All the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
Even if you're a mild fan of their music. I mean, I say this from personal experience. I like Hailstorm a lot, but then you go and you see them, and if you're lucky enough to get to meet any of the members of the band, you walk away a bigger fan because of the kind people that they are. They're just caring, decent people who really give a crap about anybody that's, you know, takes the time to go to their shows. They're just nice, you know, and kindness goes a long way.
Yep. All right. Want to get a couple of phone calls in here, and one of them is from what was the?
As you can imagine.
That's it. Thank you.
As you can imagine.
As you can imagine.
As you can imagine.
That's him. Our former intern Ben.
We love him.
He's the best. We want to have him on. Hi, Ben. You're on the air, buddy.
Hey, Prespo. You guys are doing a great job covering the legacy that is Pierre Robert.
Thank you. We, you know, we're just speaking from the heart, and fortunately, there's a whole lot that's easy to talk about because the subject matter is just so rich with beauty. You know,
true. And Ben, you're a student of radio. You were all the time you were interning for us. You were, you know, your love of radio was known to us all. So, you know, give us your assessment of where Pierre Robert falls in the hierarchy of great radio greats.
As far as I'm concerned, Pierre is just the best to ever do it. I mean, when I went into college, my first career path was pursuing video, TV, but then I started listening to MMR more, and I'm like, oh my God, this is it.
Yeah.
You guys were great, and Pierre just sold the magic.
Yeah. Did you have any personal interactions with him?
Yeah, I had a lot of great times with him when I was at the station. I mean, lifelong, my dad grew up listening to Pierre back when he was younger through the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And he would go on the cruises and whatnot. So he had a lot of Pierre stories, and that was something he passed down to me. And I met Pierre a few times before coming to the station as an intern back in 2019. And me and Pierre just gradually became friends throughout the time I was there. And a moment that stood out to me was I requested a workforce block one day for who is now my fiance, Helena, and I was still at the station when he was doing that, doing show prep for the next day. And he was doing the whole block. I'm like, oh, this is great. And at the end, he caught me off guard and pulled me into the studio to talk a little bit. And I'm sure you guys know I get a little nervous on the air sometimes. But
As you can imagine.
As you can imagine.
As you can imagine.
Yeah, it's about with Pierre, that nervousness was never there. You were just having a conversation with a friend, and you were just comfortable. And he really wanted to talk to you and just hear your story.
Yeah.
Yeah, he must have really liked you because most interns weren't even allowed to look him in the eye.
Yeah, Pierre and I gradually, we would chat a little bit every day. And I mean, it got to a point by the end, I would stay after the show till like 2 o'clock sometimes, just talking to him about music and the radio biz and everything, just, learning what I can.
Love it.
Excellent. Well, thanks for checking in and sharing, Ben. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon, okay?
All right. Love you guys.
Take care, man. Love you,
too.
buddy. All right. A couple other quick calls and we have to take a break. We are going to go to Scott next. Hi, Scott. Good morning.
Hello?
Yes, you're on the air, Scott.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing as best we can, bud.
It's tough, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
tough.
It's very hard. What'd you want to share with us, bud?
Well, I have one quick little story, short story, and I have I process things through writing poetry. I have a little thing I'd like to read if I could.
Sure.
First, the story is 20 years ago, a great buddy of mine and I decided we were going to become independent filmmakers. And our first big idea was, let's make a documentary about Pierre. So we came to the studio one day after a show and, trying to wormed our way in. And he invited us back into the studio and we talked to him. And we, pitched our grand ideas. And he very kindly said, what have you done? And we said, well, we haven't done anything. And he, without being dickish at all, but honest, said, you guys really don't know what you're doing. So, he said, do some stuff and, hit me up in a couple of years and we'll see what's what.
Okay.
And, we left and it was a swing and a miss, but, he was so cool. It really didn't matter.
Oh, that's cool. That he approached it with a deft touch, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I had met Pierre a bunch of times. I mean, back in the day, he did the Enchanté thing in Cherry Hill dance night. We used to go out and he was a DJ there and we always picked on him and teased him and bugged him and he was great sport. But anyway, like I said, I process through writing and I just real quickly want to read this thing that I wrote.
Sure. Go ahead.
It's called Goodnight, Pierre.
Okay.
As our digital AI world spirals into an abyss of apathy and boredom, there remain torchbearers, keeping alive the pieces of our different world past. And when one of those torches burns out, we are the lesser. As a Jersey boy record store geek, music, in its regalia and trappings, has dominated my life, and my location has been a fortunate factor. Philadelphia is a city steeped in musical history and tradition. Growing up inside the FM signal of a radio station that forwarded the cause of rock and roll has been, looking back, a formative force for me. And then there's Pierre, not just a DJ, but an historian and a storyteller, and a sharer of the magic of music, but also an entertainer, a trusted voice, and a smiling face of our culture, always accessible to the people he spoke to. He gleefully celebrated the greatness of our music and the wonderfulness that is our city. Conversely, he could reach out through the airwaves to hold your hands during troubled times, hard times, and sad times. As much a therapist as a DJ. A dyed-in-the-tie-dye hippie, a genuine good vibe, a real-deal guru with the lightest of hearts. He took time to understand those he spoke to, rock stars and music geeks, leaving no one out. The news stabbed our hearts, and we know there will be no one or nothing to take his place. The city of brotherly love has lost a brother. Long live Pierre Robert.
Oh, that was beautiful, man. Wonderful, Scott. Thank you so much for sharing that, man. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. And you guys are awesome. And I've been listening to you yesterday and today and tears,
Yeah.
You don't realize how big a part of your life somebody is.
Until they're gone, unfortunately, it happens. Yeah. All right, Scott, you take care of yourself. Thanks for sharing that with us, bud. We appreciate it. Do we have time for one more case?
Yeah, she's been on hold for a half hour, so I want to get to her.
Unfortunately, it's got to be kind of quick. I'm sorry about this. Hi, Deborah. You are on the air. Good morning.
Oh, shut the front door. That's my thing. Been a listener since 72. That makes me 72.
Wow.
I've known Pierre. I can't believe him. I can't believe he's gone. But anyway, I knew the morning, I knew the nighttime, and the perfect spot for him was the shift he ended up on. But last year, after years of listening to the Thanksgiving show, I literally got on. And I said, shut the front door. It's Pierre Robert. And he had that most freaking infectious laugh.
Yes.
I loved his laugh. And he found humor in so much, which is kind of what I do too. But yeah, I've known him for 4 years. And it has broken my heart. And I can't listen to Alice's Restaurant ever again. Because, you know what I mean? It's just to have that 3 minutes of Pierre time on Thanksgiving, because it was a tradition, like you said, Nick.
Well, I bet you'll be able to listen again at some point. Give yourself some time and allow yourself some space, and maybe not Thanksgiving 2025, but give yourself the opportunity to come back to it, and it'll bring back fond memories. It might be sad, but I bet you'll be glad you do it.
I didn't mean to be extremely dramatic like that. I would always listen to it, but it's just what he brought to it.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, it won't ever be the same.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to have a different tone to it now, unfortunately.
Yeah, yeah. And you guys, I love you since you started. So I feel like your grandmother.
Can we call you Gum Gum?
Gum Gum. No, I'm Yaya. I'm actually Yaya.
Yeah.
I like Yaya.
Well,
and I wrote a letter to Chuck D'Amico because you're all on my bucket list. I want to meet you all.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was conquest.
Yeah, me too.
We were going to have to go to a hotel or something.
And we're
Deborah.
And you're all on my bucket list. So hopefully one day.
One day. You never know. All right, Deborah, it's very sweet. Thank you so much. Hold on.
Don't hang up.
Here comes Chuck has brought in your letter with him.
Oh.
Hold on.
This is amazing.
Oh, it's amazing?
Oh, because she never signed it. Never
said how to get a hold of her. No, there's no phone number, there's no email, there's nothing. But I have the letter right here.
There's no address or phone number or anything
Deborah,
like
have
that.
your letter here.
But
Well, the address is on the front of the envelope.
It's written really tiny and crooked. It's really hard to read.
Deborah, hang on. Deborah. Gum Gum. Yeah. Hold on. I'm going to put you on hold. We will get your address, okay?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Yaya. All right. Oh, my goodness.
She's adorable.
Oh, man.
We really got to take a break.
All right.
And I'm so sorry, but we do have a couple of guests that are coming up. So
Okay. Real quick, I do want to point out Nick found a picture of a billboard. I don't know who's paid for this, but it's the MMR logo font, and it says "It's a sad day in the morning."
It's up in the Lehigh Valley, so just the love for Pierre's and many different places, including up there.
Put it back up.
Yeah, sorry.
And it says, "Sincerely, your citizens, Pierre Robert, 1955 to 2025." So thank you, whoever did that. We're going to take a break, and we will come back. Stay with us. We're playing nothing but Pierre Presents music this morning, and that was the final Pierre Presents event that was done. And it was with Papa Roach. Leave a Light On. What a beautiful song.
Yeah.
Inspiring. Pierre loved that. He was going on and on about the performance afterwards, and was very happy that we had a chance to get the band in here to do that special intimate performance. If you're just tuning in, we're doing a second day of dumping the formatics, and it's all about Pierre and memories and interactions and fun stuff and everything that we can to talk about this wonderful human being who we've lost.
Still tons to get to, which we will be, parsing out throughout. Obviously this is, you don't celebrate a man like Pierre in just 2 days, but we'll modify how we're doing things. But there's a lot.
Yeah. So speaking of Papa Roach and that song, we have the lead singer of the band who's joining us, and I know that he was a fan of Pierre as well. We're going to welcome Jacoby Shadix. Jacoby, thanks for coming on this morning, man. We really appreciate you checking in.
Oh, absolutely, man. I am absolutely honored to be here and speak of the memory of the legend that was Pierre Robert. And God, my heart sank as soon as I heard the news. I was just like, what? I just remember when we did those sessions just recently, and he came in with these, he knew I was like a coffee guy, and I'm not a partier, and he's like, this is my favorite coffee spot. These are my favorite beans. I think you're going to love them. And it was so cool to just, talk coffee and just be kind of a dork about it with him. And I've had a lot of fond memories about that man. It was like he was the bright spot in Philly when we rolled through. And he was that guy that, I'd be backstage at an Emma barbecue and I'd hear my name, Jacoby, from, across the parking lot. And I'd just see the big old smile. And he's walking over and his head's kind of cocked up high, and he's like, good to see you. And he was just always that, there's not a lot of guys like that in this business. I've been in it not as long as he was, but I've been in it for 25 years. And, he was like, he's one of the last like iconic fellas that have been in the business for as long as he had. It was like 41 years, I believe.
Yeah. Jacoby, it's exactly, earlier this morning we had Billy Corgan, Smashing Pumpkins. He called in, said almost exactly the same thing, and described that when you were with Pierre, you're not necessarily concerned about, okay, is this guy going to play my records? Is this guy going to, follow up on that? It was more, you just wanted to talk to him,
Oh, yeah, dude. Just like the stories and where he'd been and who he'd been with and just like life in general and the perspective. The last time I was with him, he's like, man, I'm telling you, I got this place in South Lake Tahoe. I've told you a couple of times before, Kobe, like, I don't know, if you ever want to go there, just let me know, because I live literally like an hour and a half from there. And me and the band were looking at each other like, oh, it'd be an amazing place to go write music, and unfortunately that'll probably never happen, but it was just like he had this heart, and like you said, it wasn't about, all right, hey, Pierre, how many times are you going to spin my record? It was like, yo, Pierre, what's good, man? How's life? And he was the guy that like lit up the room, and that's like the type of person I aspire to be. Like, when somebody comes in the room and they lift the mood of the room and elevate it, and when they leave, their presence is missed. And that's just like, my heart goes out to everybody in Philly, everybody at the station, because I know what it's like to lose somebody close like that to me. And it's like, there's a hole. How do you fill it? You know what I mean? And it's one of those things that's, it's not going to be easy for the community, and he's going to be sorely missed, heavily missed. And I just with a heavy heart, man, I'm just like sipping my coffee listening to the Leave a Light On, the performance, and just reflecting back on that day and just how kind and gentle and just awesome, what an awesome guy he was.
Well, you know what? And I'll tell you this, and take this with you, is that, after the session, he went on and on about how wonderful you were, how wonderful you guys were, and spending time and doing a retake on a song. And
he was really impressed by that.
Very, very impressed.
That's cool. That's cool, man. I always wonder, right? Like after we come in, we do these radio events because we have like our handlers that are like, all right, we gotta have the band ready to go to get to the next thing. And that day I had to. I was like, my tour manager was like, dude, we got a long haul tonight. We got an early morning tomorrow. Like we gotta get. And I told him, I'm like, listen, man, this is a special experience for not only us but for the fans and for radio. Like I don't want to rush this thing we're doing here today and just be like a turn and burn. I want to like make it worth our time and make it worth the listeners' time. And I always wonder, in the wake of us leaving, what the radio station thinks about us. Like, oh, those guys are a bunch of douchebags, or like,
no.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, he was.
It's important to me.
He was going on. I mean, I'm seriously. This is no BS. He thought,
Right.
and he and Pierre had seen and been with the greats, and he always, above all, really appreciated. We just had Lzzy Hale on when a band or an artist took the time to really bring it for the audience and was sincere and authentic with the audience. And I think he saw that in you and saw that on that particular day, and he was very impressed.
Oh man, that's cool. That's good to know. That's that was my last interaction with Pierre, was that experience. And that was a special day. I was listening back to the thing, and I was like, oh man, we sounded pretty good at that thing.
You did.
Good thing Pierre was cool with us going back and redoing a song.
Yeah. Jacoby, it's funny you say that because I said this yesterday and Preston said it today, but like having Pierre's approval meant the world to us. So
To
I
us
know
personally.
Yeah. And we worked with him for the last 20 plus years. So we know exactly what you're saying and what you feel. Yeah.
Well, you guys come from a great pedigree, you know what I'm saying? Like being able to work with him and be part in his vicinity, and now you guys can continue to shine his light. You were like mentored by one of the greats in the business.
Oh, and
straight up.
That is absolutely the truth. In our earliest days of our careers here, he was the beacon we were looking at to emulate. It served us well, and now we, in honor of him, carry on in his stead and try to do all that he did. We will not do it anywhere near as well, but we'll try as hard as we can.
Yeah, man, your own brand. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's it's like evolve it and take it and run with it. That's what he would want it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
That's what we're doing. All right, Jacoby, I hate to keep this short, but we have a ton of people that are checking in, as you would imagine, this morning.
I'm sure you do, man.
But it's we can tell by the tone of your voice how important he was to you and the band, and it believe it or not, it's helping other people who are dealing with this loss as well today. So we appreciate the time.
Absolutely, man. I'll keep you guys in my thoughts and my prayers.
Thanks,
God bless
buddy.
y'all and be well. Talk soon.
We'll see you soon. Jacoby Shadix of Papa Roach and Pierre loved that band.
Yeah.
And of course, we all know the groups that Pierre held nearest and dearest to his heart. And way up there at the top, Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young.
Yeah.
It was
it was all the time.
It was nourishment for him.
Yeah.
It really was. And I'm getting choked up just saying these words, how important that music was to him. So it is an honor to have our next guest on. We weren't sure if he was going to make it in. I didn't tease it or anything like that. But joining us on the phone right now is Graham Nash. So Graham, thank you so much. We saw your social media post, and clearly this man touched your life as much as he did ours.
That's because he was a great human being. We have been talking with Pierre for 25 years, maybe even longer, and he always was a great interviewer. He always asked very interesting questions. He wasn't particularly interested in who slept with who or what kind of socks we're wearing.
Yeah.
He asked really important questions, and I feel incredibly sad that Pierre is gone.
We did post your video, and people, you know what? It's weird. It's the way we react. It is the human way to we want to feel and feel the emotion of others. And you in particular captured it. And to that point of Pierre's questions, Pierre, from the earliest days to all the way through his career, was always a huge music fan. That's why you guys were paramount in his playlist, because you guys spoke to him. The music meant so much to him, and he never wavered from that. Throughout the years, his zeal was as if he was a kid purchasing his first, Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young album in the store. He was always that energetic. Is there any one particular story of your time? I know it's hard to distill down with Pierre that stands out to you.
I think every time that he came, he would come to see me, no matter where it was. Particularly if I or we were playing in your area. But once he came out to California to see us, I mean, he had family in California, and I know that he probably went to see them too. But he came to see us, and what was important about Pierre is this: you guys on the radio are so important to us. You distribute our message, you distribute our music, you keep us alive. And we always knew that about Pierre, because he was always doing that, regardless of what it was that we were trying to talk about. And he understood what this band CSNY meant. He understood what message we wanted to deliver, and he delivered it perfectly.
Graham, this is Nick. I was lucky enough to work for Pierre for 3 years, including a time where you stopped by the radio station, and he really felt privileged to call you a friend. And if you don't mind sharing a story, you had a party in California one year, and the theme of that party was for everybody to dress up in pink. And I think the only time I ever saw Pierre's beard not be what the iconic look was that he dyed his beard pink in order to attend this party, and I believe it was at the Madonna House near Big Sur. Can you share a little bit about that?
Yeah, that was a party that my ex-wife Susan threw for. I think it was either for my 65th or my 70th birthday party, but she rented the entire motel. Now, if anybody knows in California what the Madonna Inn looks like, you know that every single room is completely unique and is dressed completely uniquely. And yes, everybody, even Crosby turned up in a pink bunny suit. I swear to God, I have pictures, and indeed Pierre had dyed his beard, and for someone of his caliber that cherished his public image, it was a wonderful thing to see him with a pink beard.
That's amazing. Graham, first of all, you're the soundtrack to my high school and the years following. And I just have it's kind of like a personal, selfish sort of question that I need to ask you, because Helplessly Hoping is one of my favorite songs of all time. And I was just listening to it just a few days ago. I turned my daughter onto your music. In the harmony part, which part do you come in on? Are you one person? Are you two together? Are you three alone, or four for each other?
I was at first. I was number one.
You're one person. Okay.
Yes, I was one person,
all right.
and David was two, and Stephen was three, and of course a little later Neil was number four.
Okay, I can tell you this, by the way, Graham, and obviously you had this friendship with Pierre, and we loved experiencing the friendship. Pierre was very. He was just had complete adoration for you in particular. But when we were doing things like we do the A to Z. We'd play every song in the catalog at WMMR, which no station does. I mean, for weeks playing every song, in order, in alphabetical order. And anytime your music would come up, or anytime, we'd play a song or talk about, a particular song, he remained as engaged and loved it. It was clear to everyone what it meant to him. So if he didn't indicate it as often, I'm sure he did. But I can tell you the joy he felt because of what you guys brought to him, just on a musical level. It was a gift to watch us see him experience it.
Fantastic. And we always knew that whenever he wanted to talk to us, we called him directly.
Yeah.
We had no compunction about any of that because we knew that he was a true musicologist. We knew that he had a great heart. We knew that he had great questions, and there was nobody like him.
Yeah.
And that video that I made in the middle of the night when Dallin Paley, had told me that he had passed away. You can tell how sad I am.
Yeah.
You can tell the depth of my feeling for Pierre Robert.
Absolutely. And you know what, Graham, I think that we can take in comfort in knowing, because you had started this interview by saying he was a wonderful person, is that he, in his lifetime on his program, you'll have to pardon me, I'm getting a little choked up, on his program, I think he planted those seeds of being wonderful to the people listening. And maybe that crop will be fertile and grow. And
I truly believe it will. And even from his first words, what was it? A greeting, citizen.
Yeah.
Right from these first words, you knew that he was a great human being. You knew that he knew what he was talking about, and you knew that he would ask interesting questions and have every interview be as best as it could be.
It's true.
We made the announcement yesterday, which was very difficult, and we wanted to honor him musically as well. And the very first song we played after the announcement was Teach Your Children. So just to illustrate how important
what an honor for me.
No.
Seriously, what an honor for me for my music to be the first thing that was played. I'll always remember that. Thank you very much.
It's our pleasure. Graham, thank you so much. It means the world to the people of Philadelphia and the fans of Pierre Robert that you called in this morning to share your loving memories of that man. So we really appreciate it.
Rest in peace, Pierre.
Yes. Thank you so much. Graham Nash, thank you. All right, we'll see you. That was incredible.
Wow.
That was incredibly special.
Well, I love, when I posted the video and I said, listen, he loved all those guys, but Graham Nash was certainly somebody that he connected to. Mm-hmm. And when he would speak so glowingly of him and he, wow, this is just amazing. Again, these are people who we've idolized forever, who were his friends. But the thing is, you talk about the level of sincerity, whether it's Jacoby or Lzzy or Billy Corgan or anybody anybody that he interacted with on that level. And a giant, in his industry, Pierre, was still every bit the person who loved what they were putting out, the fan that never left.
I've been trying to contact Graham for 48 hours to try to get him on the show, especially after he posted that video. And in the course of the interview with Jacoby Shadix, I see that Graham Nash's numbers popping up on my phone. I'm like, you got to be kidding me! Like and just what a kind and sweet and decent person. And Pancake wrote this down. He was the most interviewed person on Pierre's show ever, other than Brew Review. Graham was on with Pierre more than anyone else.
Wow, no kidding. Pancake, any idea how many times he might have been on?
Oh my gosh! In my, I was his producer almost 11 years. We had at least 6 interviews that were aired, and then there were a few where he just went to the show and talked to him backstage, and it was such a good conversation between the two of them. They just kind of kept the conversation between the two of them.
I wanted to ask him a question, but I wasn't entirely sure if it was Graham Nash. And Nick, you might have been his intern at the time when George Harrison passed away.
Yeah.
Was that it?
It was. So that was in 2002, if I remember correctly. And Pierre had a long time relationship with Graham already at that point and considered him to be a friend. And so as you guys probably remember, when George was dying, we kind of knew that it was coming. That there was some word that he'd been sick for a little while.
Yeah, it was throat stuff.
Right, Stephen. And so when the passing actually happened, when the announcement happened, we were prepared. We had Beatles music ready to play, and the playlist at the time at WMMR was very, very constricted. We weren't really allowed to play many Beatles songs or anything along those lines, and we broke format for the day and spent the entire day dedicated to George and to the Beatles. And Pierre and I are in the studio next door now, named the Pierre Robert Studio. And he says, maybe we should get Graham on. And I said, we should absolutely get Graham on. And Pierre was really hesitant, not because he didn't think it'd be good radio, but because he didn't want to bother his friend.
Yes.
And I understood that. And I said, this is a proud moment for me as his producer. I said, Pierre, we have to get him on.
Yeah.
And I'll call him if you want me to. And I can be the bad guy or the bad cop or whatever. And of course, Graham said yes. And he came on almost immediately. And we had a great conversation about Graham and his history with the Beatles and the Hollies and his time in the 60s and 70s and his relationship with George Harrison. A great conversation, lasted a long time. About 15, 20 minutes later, we had in the Pierre Robert studio with the TV on and CNN was on, and we see Graham Nash on CNN. So Graham spoke to Pierre Robert before he spoke to CNN. Instead of doing an international interview, he wanted to do an interview with his friend, with Pierre, and that was important to Graham to talk to Pierre about George Harrison before he talked to anybody else.
Wow, yeah, they were the real deal. They were friends. That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. Case, what are we doing time-wise here?
I want to go to these two listeners on lines 1 and 2, and then we can take a break after.
Okay. We'll go over to Mike, who is joining us now. Hi, Mike. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
We're doing okay, Mike. You wanted to talk a little bit about Pierre?
Sad day.
It is.
Yeah, he's a great guy. I called up my father passed away in 2012. And I called up on Veterans Day, and he interviewed me on the phone. Pretty cool, soft guy, well-mannered, he talked to me, brought me to reality. And then the following year, he played it again, and it blew me away that he played it again. And I was sitting in my truck, and my phone started ringing. I was like, who else calling me? And a couple of my friends saying, was that you on the radio? And I'm like, what are you talking about? And they said, Pierre just talked to you about your dad. And I'm like, yeah, that was me. That was last year. But the guy was so kind. Yeah. I've seen him I've seen him at a bunch of shows at the Spectrum, and he was phenomenal. Great guy.
Yeah.
And I'm really sorry for your loss.
I'm sorry for your loss.
It's just sad.
It does. Mike, but it's stories like that we love hearing that keeps the spirit of who Pierre is alive. So thank you for calling in with that, bud. We appreciate it.
You're very welcome, but he's a great guy. He talked to me for a while and my father, and it made me feel a lot better.
And you'll never forget. That's
Thanks,
awesome.
bud.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, another call. It is Joe, who's been on hold for a while. Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thank you so much for taking my call. I really appreciate it.
Of course. What do you want to share with us?
So a quick thing about my one interaction with Pierre. Actually, before I share that, do you mind if I do a little impression, because I've always wanted to do this?
Fire away.
Okay. Hey, everybody, it's good to have you on the bop bop tootie bop two bop bop a doo got bop it up.
And that's it.
Nailed it.
That is
it.
Nice job.
I've been practicing that for a long time. Thank you. I felt like I had to get that out of the way. But I have been listening to you guys all morning yesterday and today, and I have been crying on and off so much. I truly feel like I've lost a family member in a way, and it's so weird because I have only met Pierre once, and I am so, so grateful that I got that opportunity. I was with my sister and a couple friends at the MMRBQ in, I think it was 2022. I've gone a few times, but we were sitting on the lawn, and obviously that guy, when he comes walking by, you can't miss him. Such an iconic-looking person, and I saw him in the distance, probably a couple 100 feet away, something like that. And I was like, oh, my God, that's Pierre. And I got up and ran over to him. My sister followed me, and he was immediately so happy to shake our hands and take a photo with us. I have a great photo of him with his arms around us. And that interaction just meant so much to me. And I think just the way that he loves to wander around the lawn at MMRBQ or other MMR events and just talk to the people, like he was just such a man of the people. And I think that's a perfect example. He went out of his way to talk to everybody and show his appreciation to every listener, every MMR fan. It's just the best.
Yeah, it's a void that will not be filled. I mean, no one can fill the void that he will leave behind. We'll do it all collectively. I'm talking about everyone who loved Pierre. in every way we can to do what he would want us to do and be the people, be kind to each other and do those things. And but yeah, those are precious little things that Pierre never became, as they say, furniture, where you just he's that's what this is just happening, and anybody can do this. We always knew that he had an incredible skill set, and there was just nobody like Pierre. But those are the moments, Preston, when you talk about coming in waves. When you think about, for example, the crossover today will not, will be sans Pierre. We were in the production studio talking to Jackie earlier, and he's pointing all the things about, the collection of Sinatra music that was all Pierre's catalog that he would pull out, all that stuff. It will be here, and it's sad and it's great at the same time.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, we are, as I've said since the beginning, dropping our regular formatics. I do have to thank our sponsors, though, as they pay for what we do. And I want to thank Delco Trim Light. They are sponsoring a portion of this program. And you can visit delcotrimlight.com to schedule an estimate on installation of the coolest permanent programmable holiday lighting system around. We will take another break. We'll come back, and I promise we're actually going to lighten the mood up a little bit. We have a couple of pieces of audio that we have not had a chance to go through because there's been so many people calling in and wanting to share stories. Yep. So we'll get to a couple of those when we return, and a few other things as we honor Pierre Robert on MMR. I don't know why the bizarre files are down. 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. That is Melissa Etheridge, and Come to My Window is a Pierre Presents. So we are playing music that Pierre was involved in here with groups coming by, artists coming by, and performing acoustically or what have you.
Pierre would have appreciated that mistake, by the way.
Yes, I think so. Here.
He always his own mistakes, which was always so funny.
No remorse?
No remorse.
No.
We talked about yesterday his unbelievable Shakespearean way of stringing expletives together when equipment didn't work right.
Yeah. And equipment's not working right. I want to play one of our excerpts that are on the lighter side of Pierre to kind of have a little bit of a palate cleanser. We got a couple of people we're going to talk to as well. But yeah, I want to play this. There's a from time to time listeners will take bits and pieces of what we say and they'll create, I don't know if you want to call them songs or whatever, and musical interludes. And there was one I completely forgot about from way back that Nick stumbled across. Where did you find that, Nick?
So it was emailed to me last night. I want to make sure that I get the name right. But this is something that from years and years ago. And when I started listening to it last night, I was like, oh my God, yeah, this sounds familiar. The two guys that put it together are named Doug Sudia and John Monette. And Doug wrote, hey, we're all sorry for your loss, as the rest of the area is. Remember the Pierre song we did a few years ago? There's a whole bunch of Pierre audio to use in it. And this was after they did one that was my stupid sound effects, which was called the Nick Machine. So this one's the Pierre song or the Pierre Machine. Okay. And if we want to play it, we can.
All right, here we go.
1, 2, 3.
Get so good, dirty, get so good, dirty, get so good, dirty, get so good, Breaking news. Do.
Gabba, hey, rocka-doo.
Ding, dirty.
Gabba, hey, rocka-doo.
Ding, dirty. Whatever. Whatever. So I'm going. What? Yeah. Whatever. And you get the cucumber. And you get the cucumber. And you get the cucumber. And you get the what? And you get the cucumber. And you get cucumber. And you get the cucumber.
I could use a cucumber.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Doug.
I would imagine the overwhelming majority of those came from our crossover.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well,
because anything goes.
I had pages of stuff that I mean, and we,
yeah.
This is Pierre doing an impression of a gunfight.
Pow, 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 pow. Kaboomba.
It's uncanny.
Boom, boom, gachaka.
Just some of the gibberish.
But
was wonderful.
And by the way, it's going to continue to be played. There's no way we're going to just.
Yeah. Especially hey, everybody's good to have you on the Baba Tudaba.
It's got to.
That's
either that or the Pierre Noodle, which I believe was his impression of a
fish guitar
solo. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, we have a couple of people on hold and a friend in the studio as well. So let's continue. If you were a fan of the Presidency program before we came to WMMR, we worked at a radio station called Y100 for a few years. And after our program, there was a head-to-head battle between Pierre Robert and the guy that we have on our hotline right now. So we're going to talk to him. And if you are a fan of Y100, you certainly remember our friend Brett Hamilton. Hey, Brett, good morning, man. Thanks for coming on, bud.
Oh, thank you, guys. Good morning to everybody. Heavy heart, of course, but I don't want to take up a lot of time, but I want to share something with all of you that I never shared with anybody until this happened. And even though Pierre and I were on the air at the same time and I didn't get a chance to listen to him live as much as I would have liked to, I was in a room with him a lot backstage watching, shows, interviewing bands. And I had an opportunity on more than one occasion to see his take on an interview with an artist before or after I had done a similar interview. And when I first came to Philadelphia, I was a top 40 DJ, and I would just talk for 15 seconds, get in and get out. And that's kind of the way that I was on the air. But Pierre taught me that it was okay to just have a conversation with the artist and not talk about, the same stuff that they've been asked by 15 other DJs. Like one of the artists said earlier today, what kind of socks are you wearing? Who makes your guitar?
Right.
And it wound up just giving me a whole new outlook on interacting and the interview process. One story comes to mind. Johnny Resnick.
Oh,
we're losing it.
Hang on, Brett. Your signal's going away. He was about to say Johnny Resnick. I remember that Goo Goo Dolls came by and did a Sonic session one time. I believe that was it. But Brett, the signal is still bad. Hang on here. See if we can clear it because I definitely want to hear this story. Brett, are you there? Okay, I'm going to put him on hold.
Boost the energizer.
Yeah, we'll put the set phasers
set the flange.
And
oh, did we? Oh man, the flange wasn't set.
No.
Son of a bitch. That's our fault.
Listen, we're all under.
We had it on
right
Do
now.
Not Disturb.
Let me try this again. Hang on. And now I'm pushing the button and nothing's happening. In case the whole thing froze up.
Preston, if you would like, you go old school. The phone's behind you there if you need to.
No.
The candlestick phone from the 1920s.
Hang on.
I just put it on Craig.
You put it on Craig.
Yeah,
that's a new setting.
Craig? Wait.
Set it to Craig. Wait, do you want to go to?
Yeah, I want to go back to Brett and see if we've got him here. Hang on a second. Go click over to on air.
Oh, on air one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey. All right.
Now we got you, Brett. Sorry, Brett. We had to set it to flange. All right. Anyway, so here's the deal.
That's what I was on.
We lost you. We lost you at
Johnny Resnick.
Yes. Go ahead.
Johnny Resnick.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the story was, Johnny and I spent about 8 or 10 minutes talking about him installing a toilet at his brother-in-law's house during the Sonic session. And Jim ripped me a new one the next day. He's like, this is, and I love Jim to death, and he was probably right. But he's like, this is not what the band is about. And I thought to myself the next day driving home, like, Pierre wouldn't have gotten in trouble for that. Like, this is the kind of stuff that sounds different than every other DJ in America. And I'll never, ever be able to live up to that. I'm not even in the industry anymore, but God bless him. I mean, I just learned so much from watching him do his craft and how he would just go against the grain and ask what he was curious about. It didn't matter whether the record label, liked it or whether the promoted the music. He was just like, tell me about yourself and tell me more about this and more about that. And I really think the listeners are engaged by that because they've heard the same old.
No, you're right. That's a great story.
Yeah. And you know what, Brett? I think Pierre would have gotten in trouble for that, but he would have done it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let me say just one last thing. It's got nothing to do with Pierre and I or learning from Pierre. I think it's more about everything that I absorbed from him over the years with his kindness, and I've been listening nonstop to you guys, for the last 2 days. And I think if anything we could take away from all this, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, the world is so effed up right now. We need to be kind to each other, and it doesn't necessarily mean you have to fly somebody across the country and pay for their concert. You can just, hold a door or buy them a coffee at Wawa. I mean, you know where I'm going with all this. But
absolutely.
Just please, I'm begging everybody, because it's ripping me up the way that society treats each other. Don't honk at the person in front of you. You don't know what kind of day they're having. And I feel like let's take that legacy and that love that he tried to spread, and don't forget about it. Let's not just do this for a couple weeks. We can be better as a society, and I think Pierre spent his entire life and his career trying to make us better people. And please don't forget that.
He would be so happy to hear you saying something like that.
Absolutely, he would.
Absolutely thrilled with that.
Yeah.
All right, brother. We miss you. Thanks for calling in, man.
All right. Take care, everybody. Love
Take
you
care. All right. Love you too. All right, Brett. Great guy. Love it. And I remember when we were leaving WDRE, and I would have asked Brett about this, but when DRE was the announcement, the way they made it was going away, Pierre called Brett, went on his show.
Yeah. I mean, that's what he would do.
Unheard of.
Much to the chagrin, I'm sure, of the bosses, but
totally.
It wasn't the case. And the truth of the matter is that, as Brett pointed out, you listeners appreciate that.
Yeah. So there are moments that I'm listening to people share today, yesterday, and then there's things that I see on social media where like I'm just so filled with joy and pride for the person that Pierre was. And then I simultaneously go internal and I feel crummy about myself because he was so good like all the time. And so my message really is that like none of us can be Pierre Robert, but all of us can be like Pierre Robert in moments and aspects of our lives.
I agree. You know what Pierre would say, though? He'd say, I'm not great all the time. I'm not, you know, and
he wasn't perfect.
Pierre had his moments, and and then the real story is that Pierre was a human being who had the same sort of foibles and the things that we all encounter, but still more often than not rose above that and did the best he could for people around him. And that's a great testament.
I think it's Steve. He would appreciate Spock's "The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the one."
Yeah.
You know?
Speaking of Spock, can we relive the moment where he did that promotional video for Fox 29? Where
we were just talking about it. We were talking about it off air.
Oh, yeah, all right.
Yeah, we. All right,
I want to talk about some funny stuff.
Yeah, we will,
because that one was just a few years before I started working for him, and he had to do a promotional video. He got asked to do a promotional
He's a
video.
massive Star Trek fan, as am I.
Huge Trek fan, and so he came on and did it for Fox, except that Pierre, who, by the way, got in much better shape later in life, was a little hefty at the time, and so they had to put a shirt on him, and it was a Star Trek shirt complete with a logo, and he was standing in front of a holodeck, and it was supposed to look like the Enterprise.
It was cut up the back.
Well, yeah, that's what I was getting to.
Yeah.
So in order for him to fit into it properly, they literally had to take scissors to the back of the shirt and slide it open with pin, and then hold it together with pins so that it would fit over his body at the time.
Can you hear the uncomfortability in his voice by any chance? Because we do have the audio.
We have the audio, so let's see. Hang on.
It's tough for mechanical devices in Hollywood. 1 minute you star in your own episode of Trek, then poof, they scrap you for parts in another. I refer, of course, to the Romulan cloaking device made of Nomad from the Changeling, attached to Sargon's sphere from Return to Tomorrow. And did you also know that the Vulcan death grip was originally meant for the neck, not the face, even though it's fake? The things you learn hosting Trekathons. More of the Enterprise incident coming up in a moment.
And he talks about how he'd hold his hands, Nick. He had his hands meshed in front of himself to hide everything that was going on.
Hide the gut.
But it was hilarious. He loved it. And I never forget one time we were talking about the show, the newest Star Trek iteration, and just as recently, and he went nuts.
Oh yeah,
because the
he was
show
so
had,
pissed.
The quality had sunk so low. He started kicking the console.
The front panel of it fell off
He
on
broke
the console.
Strange New Worlds.
That was so funny. Our buddy Kyle Mack is here this morning. Kyle was one of our producers and video guy, and of course you know him from the many vocal stings that we play and Kathy's fall activities and all that stuff. How you doing, my man?
What's going on, guys?
Yeah, well, thanks for coming in this morning. Everybody's gravitating towards here, you know?
Yeah, it's a magnet right now.
Yeah. Did you and Pierre work together much at all, other than seeing him in the hallways?
No, not really. It's an interesting thing to be able to absorb so much from someone when you yourself kind of feel ancillary to what they're doing.
Yeah.
But Pierre was such a huge influence. My father was in the radio industry back in the 80s, and a lot of that had to do with Pierre's influence on him. Pierre was a household name to the McCarty family, both my father, my aunt, my grandmother, forever. And that's for the same for so many people in the area. When I first came to visit you guys back in 2010, I was familiar with him vaguely. This is when I was in high school and I was writing a newspaper article on you guys. And I would not have known Pierre to look at him visually, but there was no denying who it was when he barged into the room with his dog. And I was like, man, this dude is awesome.
Yeah.
And when I got to be an intern for you guys back in 2018, I think one of the reasons why I felt like personally I was not as close as I really wanted to be with him is because even though he was so kind and congenial, is that a word?
Yeah.
his talent is intimidating.
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
I know exactly what you mean.
And I feel often whenever I was on mic with you guys here, I always felt the same way about you guys.
Because little did you know, I was here for 20 years, and I always wanted to just give him his space.
Yeah.
You know, like I very rarely walked into the studio unless I was invited. You know, like
Well, there's a star aura.
Yeah.
You know?
But not, you know,
not arrogant.
He didn't know, and then he didn't impose that. I imposed that upon him. You know.
But the few moments that I really got to that really are ingrained into my mind. There's a couple of things. When in the '80s, my aunt sent in a mail song request. She put "Message in a Bottle" by the Police in an envelope shaped like a bottle, and mailed it to Pierre and asked for that song to be played on the air. And that was probably 20, 30, I don't know, I can't do math, years before I was an intern here. And I was talking to Pierre about that, and he said, I remember that. And then I was hired in 2022 by you guys, and I reinvigorated the story, and he's like, man, I don't remember that. Which let me know that even when he was lying to you, he did it out of kindness and care.
Or it just could have been early onset, you know.
That's great. I love that story.
And another moment when, in between my internship and working for you guys, I was on the street team, and he was doing a live broadcast down outside of Resorts Atlantic City. And there was a gentleman there who was an uber fan of Pierre, and he was kind of getting in the way a little bit during the thing. And Pierre asked me, "Hey, can you take care of that?" And I was only about a year and some change out of the military at this point, so a switch turned on. I was about to say something or do something probably that wasn't going to be very nice, and he could recognize my body language. Pierre did, and he stopped me, looked me in the eye, and said, "Be nice."
Yeah. Be nice.
Like Dalton.
Yeah. Until it's time to not be nice.
Yep, that's right.
And which, again, it shows you even when the conditions are less than what you would want. Even when he was annoyed, he always had other people in mind.
Right.
And those types of things really live with you. You know, it's amazing.
It is.
It's a great story.
It's a great carry. Yeah, I love that. It's
Thanks,
hilarious.
Kyle. On the phone line is our friend Craig Legans, and we definitely want to go to him because I know he's got stories to share. Hi, Craig. Good morning.
Hey, Presbo.
Hey, man.
The weather yesterday was all of Philly crying.
Yeah.
Because we lost our heart and soul. You know, when I became part of the MMR family code back in 2008, when I did the Black Listener song, I always said the greatest thrill I ever got was hearing my song on the radio. But it came after that when, during the crossover, Pierre came on and said, "I like that Black Listener song. It was catchy." And that was the greatest compliment I ever got, because I didn't grow up, with MMR. I was, DAS. I was Power 99. But when I became part of your show, became part of the family, the thing I was most asked was, "Well, did you meet Pierre?" Yeah, did you meet Pierre?
Yeah.
Because he was. To me, I only knew him as the guy on the billboard when you go down 95 and he had the long flowing hair with the extra billboard to accommodate his hair. So when I finally did meet him, it became our thing. Like when I would come to the studio to see you guys, whether I was going to promote something or just to visit, when he would walk in, I'd be the first person to stand up and give him a standing ovation. And that was our thing. And he gave me a quarter once, and that was, we would keep doing that. But I stood up. I wanted to be the first to stand up, not because he was just a living, breathing, walking, talking monument to rock and roll history, but it's because he was the embodiment of every good thing a human being should be. And when I got to know him, and I got to to hang with him in one of the events that we did, or after camp out or something like that, and even when I was on your show to promote my life in 19 inches about TV, I was leaving and Pierre was coming in, even though it was his shift that he was late for, and we ended up having a 30-minute conversation about the miniseries Rich Man Poor Man. And he loved that show, and I found I saw him more because we were in the same neighborhood. We lived in the same neighborhood in Rittenhouse Square. I'd see him more around the neighborhood than I would at the studio, and those times were precious. Like the time I went to CVS and he was there, and I said hi to him, and then I went about and I shopped and, waited in line and was leaving. It was 20 minutes later. He was still there. And I said, Pierre, are you okay? He said, yeah, I forgot why I came in here to buy. And or the time he almost ran me over with Minerva. I thought he told you that story. He told me he told somebody that story.
He may have.
I was walking down. I was crossing the street on 20th and Locust, and I saw, you couldn't miss Minerva coming towards me, and I had the green light, so I was crossing the street. Pierre thought he had the green light and was just waving as he was going to drive by, but I was still walking and he was still going, and I stopped, and he didn't know I was going to stop, and somehow Minerva stopped, and it just bumped me a little bit, and he just had his eyes and his mouth were just wide open, and I looked over at him, and I walked by to the driver's side very slowly, and his mouth are still open. I said, are you okay, Pierre? He said, I am so sorry, but man, that was close. I said, are you okay? Because, yeah, that would have been a great story. Then he drove off.
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
But every time, and the last time I saw him, it was at your Mac Fun, Steve. It was a week ago last year. And I got to, finally take a picture with him. And I wrote on social media that I never wanted to get a picture with him. I just wanted to be in his presence. I just wanted to hear his stories. I just wanted to hear his voice. I wanted to make him laugh.
Yeah.
So he could laugh.
Yeah.
And so when I got a chance to take a picture with him, I gave him a kiss on the cheek, which is what's on my Instagram right now. That was my kiss goodbye to him.
Oh, man.
We can't have a day of joy without thinking about him now, and we can't. I didn't think we could have radio without him, but we have to go on because he would, and and that's how we do. But thank you guys.
I appreciate it. We appreciate the memories, Craig. It means a lot.
Yeah. All right, Craig. Take care, bud. We'll see you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
I don't know how much time we have, but I have 3 requests before the end of the show if we have time. The first is the Axl Rose rant. The second is talking about Burning Man. And the third is the drunk lady that called him Jesus. And if we have time to get to any of them, I think it'd be fun.
Are we, where are we clockwise?
We
Do
need
have
a break.
one,
Okay.
but I'm asking, do we have just one more segment? and then we wrap up?
So we have, one more segment and then the wrap up.
And the next segment is the wrap up.
Two more segments.
Oh, Jesus.
Right.
Okay.
Two more
All right.
segments.
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
We'll take a break. The next couple segments are going to be on the shorter side, just to give you guys a heads up. So stay with us. We'll be back with more love for Pierre. 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. And another Pierre presents. And that, of course, with Bush and Glycerine. And, he loved Gavin Ross Hale. And Gavin coming to the rescue at the MM Barbecue.
Oh, yeah. It was
Bush came
unbelievable.
in and played. Yep,
Yeah.
it was pretty amazing. We were all blown away by that. It's 10:46 on this Friday morning. Good God.
Don't you dare do that to me.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to
It's
give you a heart
Halloween.
attack there.
How you feeling?
I still feel terrible. If you're just tuning in, I felt very, very sick all morning. If it were not for Pierre's tribute today, I wouldn't have come in today. I do not feel good today.
I was worried about you driving in, but you did okay. And you still have any of the vertigo lagging, or is it just
not
nausea?
as bad as it was, but definitely nausea. So I think I'm going to go see Dr. Mike when we're done.
How are your BMs?
My BMs, we'll talk later. Okay.
I want to reemphasize and reiterate that I'm going to Rittenhouse Square this Sunday. If anybody wants to come and hang out, so my wife and I are going to walk the city, and then we're going to go out to lunch. But Pierre on last Sunday spent the afternoon in Rittenhouse Square, and I'm looking at the weather. It looks like it's going to be a great day.
Any idea on timing, Case?
In the afternoon.
Okay.
So I'll probably I don't know where I'm going to start, but I'm going to make my way to Rittenhouse Square, and so probably somewhere between noon and 2. I have lunch reservations at like 2:30 or something like that. So, but Nick, if you want to be there,
Yeah, I'm going to try and come by. It'll be a really nice way to pay tribute to him, and I'll bring a cup of coffee.
Sunday is tough for me now. We've got this big charity event Saturday night. It goes very late, and we're breaking everything down and staying overnight. And then I have two of my my closest friends. Steve is in town with his wife, and they're leaving on Sunday. And so,
well, let's observe this. This is all still. We're talking about potentially, Chuck D'Amico is working on things right now. We know there are events that you would actually put this notion out there.
Yeah.
This is not a, we want to do something official and formal in Rittenhouse. We want to do things. You're not going to pay tribute to Pierre with one event. And we're going to try to do a number of things.
But this is a great idea
it's
to go
a great idea.
and
Casey,
spend some time.
I'll be there with you. There's
All
no
right.
chance. There is not a day that I walk past 19th and Walnut and walk through the square and don't think about Pierre and look up at the Wellington and look up at that window that he would sit. Those my favorite photos.
He loved
And he did it again. Pancake, when was that? Like, was that the 50th?
Oh, hang on a second.
It was the 48th.
Yeah.
And we went up. The window was locked, so he couldn't sit outside of it anymore. But we did go down to the grass. He put his feet in the grass. It was everything he wanted it to be. It was really great, and it looked nothing like a studio. It was a law office.
Of
so,
course. I think Pierre would have excelled as a lawyer.
Yeah.
And that law office is gone. Now it's a condo. So it doesn't even exist anymore.
Wow.
But there's not a day that I don't walk through Rittenhouse Square. So Casey, I will see you at the corner of 19th and Walnut in Rittenhouse Square, and we will celebrate.
Excellent. All right. We mentioned earlier, Brett Hamilton called in, our former coworker at Y100. We were talking earlier about, Pierre not really caring about competing radio stations.
Yes.
Maybe YSP. I don't know, because they got kind of really dickish for a while.
they were
there.
a-holes, yeah.
But he loved going to other stations' events, whether it be, Y100, DRE, XPN, XTU. It doesn't matter.
Didn't matter.
He would be there. So in that spirit, we have someone who's on the phone line and is one of our fiercest competitors in the city of Philadelphia. I didn't think I'd be able to say this again sometime. Kathy Romano is joining us. Kath, hey.
Hi, guys.
Hi. Oh, man. Listen, we've all spoken off air with each other. Kathy was one of the first people we called when we found out about this. But, and obviously we've already shared a lot of tears together. How you doing now, Kath?
Yeah, it's coming in waves. I was just telling Marissa, it's, I've cried since Wednesday, and it comes in waves. I just can't believe that he's gone. And as we go through this grieving process, I was just thinking yesterday, I'm having a hard time falling asleep because you just think about him. But he is everywhere, right? Like to leave this world as a legend who made a difference in so many people's lives, including like pretty much every rock and roll legend. Right? Like the people that are posting about him. I mean, Alice Cooper, John Bon Jovi, all of these people, here locally in Philadelphia, but beyond. I mean, my family in New York is like, he's everywhere. He's all over the place.
You just don't see that anymore. I mean, you're absolutely right about that. I'm scrolling through Instagram and it was just like tribute after tribute after tribute from famous people. And it's,
and around the world. And from the New York Times to Rolling Stone to TMZ.
Yeah.
And again, not to belittle, he is a radio DJ. Yeah. He's not a Real Housewife. He's not, he is a radio DJ. And it's harder to get leg room, to do what you do. But that's what he's done over the past decades. And as much as we thought about Kathy when he would leave, what about when he retires? What's it going to be like? It's going to be something, nothing we could even possibly wrap our minds around. To see this in real time happening in light of his passing is otherworldly. The amount, the length and breadth of his reach and the effect and people's whose lives he literally saved. And it's astonishing.
And Kathy, I'm curious if you feel the same way that what I've been thinking about is when I see these things, it's like, I knew that guy. I was friends with that guy,
Yes.
Well, Pierre, when my contract wasn't renewed and after my last day with you guys, I leaned on Pierre, almost not intentionally, but he was there and you knew how much he cared about you, right? Like he reached out to me. How are you? Are you doing okay? You're going to land on your feet. This is going to be okay. And when I got my new job, he sent me these big, beautiful flowers to the station. And I spoke to him, and I'm so grateful that I was able to have that last conversation with him. We were on the phone for 45 minutes, and I can't tell you how happy he was for me. He said, how lucky are you to not only be able to stay in radio, but you stayed in Philadelphia and you're at another legendary radio station. He said to me, you're so lucky. Like he was just so genuinely happy that I was able to stay in the radio industry. He loved radio and music so much. I mean, he lived it, he breathed it every day of his life. And for him, you guys all know this, it wasn't work, right? Like that was just life. Music and radio was his life. And I just, I look at that now and I almost think, okay, he's right. I am grateful for all of the things that have come my way, even though, I miss you guys so much. And he and I had talked about going out for a drink. That was our plan. We were going to go for a drink. And obviously, that's not going to happen. But it's helping me get through these days that I was able to have that conversation with him and that we talked about music, radio, and a little bit of life. And it just, I'm so glad I was able to do that with him.
Kathy, awesome. This is Nick. You used to sit next to me. I don't know if you remember that or not, but when you worked here,
Nick who?
Yeah. And I think about you every day. I miss you every day. But yesterday in particular, I really missed you because for us, being in this room together really felt cathartic. It helped me personally get through the day. And we talked about having the family all together and so many people stopped by. And I just wanted to let you know that it wasn't the same without having you be a part of it. Because for us as this MMR family, to be able to do it together, as awful and as tragic as all of this is, it felt great to be with the family. And you didn't get to be a part of that yesterday. And so I felt bad for you. I was worried about you and I think about you a lot. But I know that you were able to say a couple things on your show and post some things on Instagram. And I'm glad you've been able to express some of that because it was nice for us to be able to express it here at the radio station.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, Nick. And Nick's the one that I spoke to first. He's the one that told me, and then I talked to the rest of you. And I did come over to the station on Wednesday, and that was very cathartic to be with everybody. I mean, think about it. That's what happens when somebody passes away. Family gets together. People, gather around you to help you through it. And
right.
That's this radio station was Pierre's family, so that's what everybody did. Family got together to grieve and to mourn his loss. And I do, I will admit, I have not listened to a day of your radio show since I left. It was very difficult for me, but this was different. I had to come there. I had to put the radio station on. I've been listening after my show to all of the people call in. It is just, it's helpful. And I did a number of tributes on my radio station as well, because it transcends past competing radio stations. I mean, he was a radio legend. No matter where you work in Philadelphia, if you're in radio and otherwise, you know who Pierre is, and he shaped our industry. So, I absolutely paid tribute to him, and I was happy to do so.
And Kath, we talked several times on the air this morning about the bouquets of flowers that he sent to people, bands and everything, and you have a bouquet of flowers on your kitchen table right now that came from Pierre, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I walked in and it was right there. It was like flowers/plant, so it's like partially still living. And yes, it was absolutely gorgeous. He told me the name of the florist, and I wrote it down. I don't remember right now, but it was a place in the city, and yeah, it was absolutely gorgeous. And to come, I had a real tough time when all of this went down with us, and he really did. He was somebody that I leaned on, and just that, the flowers, the phone call, the text messages that he sent me. I mean, and I know I don't stand alone. He has helped so many people, and I just think that that's how we remember him. I mean, and it's wonderful that that's how he's being remembered, helping people. He made a difference, and he left this world having made a difference. That is, like, I mean, is that not everyone's goal? You want to make a difference in people's lives, and he did it.
You do, and I also understand he sent you a huge box of Omaha steaks as well, correct?
No, he did not. But one of my favorite stories, and I don't know if you guys have told it or not, but when he was, I believe, in L.A. somewhere with Nick, and he ordered the chorizo.
We talked about it yesterday.
Nick told it on the air yesterday.
Realized that
one of the
it was
classics.
and then threw it all up.
Hey, Nick, what's chorizo?
All right, Kath, we got a break. Believe it or not, we got another break to do, and it's almost 11 o'clock. So we love you. Go ahead.
Yes, I love you guys. I miss you so much. And God, Pierre, I love you so much.
Yes.
All right, thanks, Kath.
Thanks for calling in.
Take care.
Love
We'll
you,
see you
Kath.
soon. Love you, Kath. All right, so Kathy over at B101, where she works now, checking in. That was really cool. All right, quickly, this ID, Marissa has us over.
it's
This
right
is very,
here.
very short. This is Pierre's dad, Ed Robert. This is one of the. Where is this coming up?
It's coming up on this hotkey right here.
Okay, fire away. Here we go.
Hi, this is Ed Robert, father of that wild, wacky, and wonderful Pierre Robert. He could have been a lawyer or a doctor, but thank God he's a DJ. Pierre, cut your hair.
DJ. I love that emphasis on J. We're going to take a break. We'll come back. When we get back, we will wrap it up, and we'll get the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. By the way, a portion of the program brought to you today by Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. Asking for your support with the presidency of Camp Out for Hunger. Donate a jar of peanut butter at participating bars. You can try Screwball on special while you're there. Details at WMMR.com/campout. Back in just a moment. 93.3 WNMR, Shine Down and Simple Man, which of course is a cover song from one of the
Preston and Steve.
one of the Pierre's presents. And what was I going to say? I was going to say it's a cover song.
Yes.
And it's kind of poetic that is a cover song that we're ending with today because Casey said last year for Christmas we did all cover tunes as, not for Christmas, for Halloween. We did all cover songs as a kind of in the mask type of a theme.
Absolutely.
And Pierre loved it.
He did.
He thought it was great.
He was always very complimentary of any time for a brief period before Bill was about to be committed for us doing it. We would take every Friday and kind of pick a song that we wanted to play from our own personal taste. And, Pierre was complimentary about that. Anytime you took a bold shot at doing something out of the norm, Pierre is right there.
A left turn, if you will, Steve.
Yeah. So real quick, I want to read this email to you guys. It says, hey guys, this is from Michelle. She says, I wanted to reach out about the digital billboard that you mentioned on air that's running in the Lehigh Valley. Michelle says, so there's a digital billboard that says, it's a sad day in the morning, and it's the old classic MMR font. And she says, as a longtime Preston and Steve listener, I was heartbroken to hear about Pierre's passing. He was such a legend, a true fountain of music knowledge, and he'll be so deeply missed. Even though we're not in Philly proper, the Lehigh Valley still feels like a part of your extended listening family, and it only felt right to pay tribute to such a wonderful, good citizen. I work with our senior art director, Nathan Linder. I worked with him to create that piece. Nathan felt that the classic WMMR look was the most fitting way to honor Pierre, and I couldn't agree more. We're really, just really glad that we could be a small part of celebrating his legacy and sharing in the love of the WMMR family. As someone who spent countless mornings listening to you all, Pierre's voice was such a steady, familiar comfort. It meant a lot to find a way to honor that. Sincerely, Michelle Ferenchak and the good citizens of Adams Outdoor Advertising. So they put that up in honor of Pierre.
I mean, who has that happen for him? Who moves people to do stuff like this? And it's such a beautiful tribute. And I love that classic font. And it's simple, not over the top in its presentation. Not at all like Pierre, who was always looking at some of the pictures and some of his outfits. And I used to joke, Liberace wouldn't wear that, Pierre. We consider it too gaudy. But he had an incredible collection of clothing. And, what killed me is we were going to talk, I guess we can just jump in here and talk about it when he went to Burning Man.
Oh, God.
And he was determined to take a mummer's outfit. He borrowed one from Jackie. And I don't know what compelled him, but that thing was enormous. And he gets it out there. But we were following his travails. It was legendary for one of the absolute worst weather conditions of a Burning Man, if not ever. And we were worried for him at that point in time because it was just
people couldn't get out.
Rain. It was a quagmire. They couldn't get out.
Yeah. And, I actually was texting with Michael Giacchino on Wednesday when we found out that Pierre had passed, and he sent me a picture. He's like, oh my God. He's like, well, I'm so glad I got to meet up with them at Burning Man. And he sent me a picture of the two of them together. It was, it wasn't amidst all the horrid conditions that they had. We're looking at a video of him walking into the ocean.
Lake Tahoe.
Oh, Lake Tahoe. Oh, okay.
The thing about Burning Man
dressed as a mummer.
That was so funny. There was a couple days where there was no contact with anybody at all. Like nobody could, there was no word getting out. We didn't know what the hell was going on. And then we started getting word, and there were these theories that maybe Pierre was trying to walk his way out of the desert, and that was he going to have a helicopter fly in to get him. It was
just amazing.
Yeah.
And of course, that's the one that Pierre goes to.
Of course.
He realizes his lifelong dream of going to Burning Man, and that's the one. And instead of shipping it out there, he has to get it on the plane, this mummer's costume. One thing after another.
We're going to have to wrap up here in a second, Casey. Is this part of the end of show? Or
no,
is this...
that's regular.
All right, so I have to mention the sponsor real quick. Our friends at Metropolitan Veterinary Associates are helping our Camp Out for Hunger, so make sure you stop by and donate. Wednesday, November 12th, 8 to 10 a.m., you can get a free customized Camp Out Hunger koozie, Camp Out for Hunger koozie, while the supplies last. So let me see. We need to do the letter of the day, word of the week prize. We got to find out who's coming up next and what the rest of the day is going to look like. And we're going to play Pierre's final break that he ever did on WMMR. We have the audio of that here. And we haven't said this once today. It's our normal Friday thing. No sad, bro, but it's pretty sad.
It is.
So
Yeah.
we're gonna actually hold on to that sadness for a little while. It's okay to do that sometimes.
Yes, it is.
And we haven't all.
I
We also
literally just made this graphic. It just says sad, bro.
and we also didn't do our Friday song, so I'm going to do something else.
All right.
I'm going to ring the Friday bell.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Marissa brought this in here, so this is for Pierre, of course. So I thought that was appropriate to do today.
It
Maybe it'll
absolutely
get
is.
rung again today at lunchtime. I'm sorry if I jumped out of turn here.
No.
Because I've got...
it's all fluid.
Ryan Shuttleworth is in here, and Pancake and Jason Bian, and Sarah's in the studio as well. Are you guys... who all's taking over when we're done here?
So Sarah and I will essentially anchor this, and just an open door policy.
Okay.
Continue the celebration of life.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So, all right, we're going to do the letter of the day. How you want to roll this out?
Let's do it the same way we did it yesterday.
Okay, and
you could do it right here in the stack, and then I got you.
okay. So let me hit this first, and then we will we'll play Pierre giving you the letter. We have him recorded.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. And then I hit this button and we'll get it. All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by The Letter.
Why? As in, yes, we can, and yes, we did.
All right, there you go. So we'll take caller number 4, 610-660-9333, and we'll see if you can end up winning the tickets that we have for the 50-something tour for Rush. I'll hold on and I'll play this audio as right as we're getting ready to make our way out. But today has been amazing. Yesterday was hyper emotional. This and that's the way grief goes. Is you get, like we said, you get these waves. And yesterday we were cresting the biggest wave of them all.
We absolutely were. We did everything, though, based on gut feeling and how it felt in the moment. Everything to us has felt right. We hope it has felt that way for you. We hope we've been able to provide a platform for you and continue throughout the day with everyone who's going to be jumping in after us to state any memories you have of Pierre, anything you want to say about him, and continue that. And then, obviously, we said many times during today's show, we will move on and bring Pierre along with us as we do what he loves so much, which is the radio of WMMR and our relationship with you.
Yeah, I just want to give a kudos to Jason and Ryan and Pancake and Brent and Jackie and Ray Koob and Sarah because I've been tuned in all day long for the last couple of days, and you guys are doing it has just been so pitch perfect.
And just a remarkable biggest hug and so much love to you guys. I cannot think of a more fitting tribute than the Preston and Steve Show running on Pierre's standard time right now.
Yeah.
And that is so beautiful to see.
Thanks, Ryan. I appreciate that. You're right. I didn't pick up on the poetry of that, but that's true. All right. Let's go to the caller. Is it Jordan here? I think it is Jordan. Hi, Jordan. You are on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Do you know the word of the week?
So it's Russify in Pierre's term.
Prepared to be Rushified.
That is correct. Yes, absolutely correct. And it's Rushified. And Jordan, we're going to give you a pair of tickets to see Rush, the 50-something tour, Friday, August 21st at Xfinity Mobile Arena. And tickets go on sale today at noon via Ticketmaster for both shows, the 21st and the 23rd. So congratulations to you.
Thank you.
All right,
Sorry
Jordan.
for your loss.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. All right, Jordan, hang on the line. We'll get your information. We'll pass that along. I think, are you guys going to do this later on, or is that, no?
We're going to talk about that.
We're going to talk about that.
I'll
Okay.
explain that in a little bit.
All right, I'm gonna pass on this case. There's a little note that was handed to me. We're still trying to figure out exactly how we're doing these things. All right, before we read our sponsors and do the wrap-ups, and that's how we'll finish the show, I do want to play Pierre's final break on the program, and it was just a Pierre ending his show, but this was the last live moment that we have of this amazing person. Here we go.
That's new from Foo Fighters, Asking for a Friend, and Big Me. Love Big Me. And Double Shot Tuesday, Brent will have tickets for that band to give away. Goes on sale Friday. Double Shot of Bon Jovi before that, and I gave away tickets to Anthony from Mount Laurel, and his wife Sharon is crazy about Bon Jovi, and we'll be going up to New York City in the summertime to see one of the 4 shows. We'll have another pair of those to give away tomorrow. Those all go on sale on Friday. Then Jackie will be coming along. He's got Iron Maiden tickets, which also goes on sale on Friday. And you keep following the letter of the week for the Word of the Week prize, or letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, because Preston and Steve have Rush tickets. We got the ticket thing going on. Want to say hello to, where was it, Pierce? Was it Pierce? Who wrote in saying, love the music today. You've had a great day. And Brian in Glenside wrote in, loving the Bush that we played on vinyl, and We Are of This Earth was the song that Gavin told me was his favorite. We played it on vinyl for the very first time, and he said, I can see why that's Gavin's favorite. Double Shot Tuesday continues with Mr. Porsche in just a moment. Have a wonderful afternoon with him, and we'll see you tomorrow.
There you go. And that was our man. That was Pierre Robert. The finest there ever was, friends. We're going to take this moment to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets Fresh Foods, local flavors, and brought to you by the Back to the Future musical. 18th to the 30th at Academy of Music, and tickets at ensembleartsphilly.org. Thank you so much, everyone who was a part of today's program. Jacoby Shadix, Chris Jericho. Actually, Chris Jericho is going to check it next week. Lzzy Hale, Rob Hyman, Adam Slack of the Struts, Billy Corgan, our friend Jim Sutcliffe from Live Nation, the gang at 6ABC that we checked in with this morning, the amazing Graham Nash called in today.
Unbelievable.
So it was a wonderful show of love for the man that we miss more than words can say. So the tribute continues on. Listen to WMMR today through the weekend, from here on out if you can, because there's always going to be elements of the constant and the heartbeat of WMMR. This has been a really, really tough couple of days. I'm not saying that the tough times are over, but there are wonderful times, there are tough times, they're all, intermingled together.
That's what life is about.
It absolutely is. So we hope you have a great weekend. As I say, rage on, but I'm going to end with peace, love, and Pierre Robert forever. Bye-bye.